I'm not entirely sure what this... Oh, hang on. I've just realised I would make some adjustments in a minute. I've just seen the comments about the 767. Thanks Nell and Rob. Only being 6 minutes out. So I thought, well, I better get myself fired up and just quickly check that we're ready for our high prestige visitor. Aer Lingus in the meantime, inbound from Dublin. Their only A320 flight of the day. And of course, remiss of me, good morning everybody. Grateful for early confirmation on sound. Can you hear me okay? Are you receiving? Over. Right, I've got a couple of settings I need to tweak, so bear with me. I got too excited. In fact, it must be the 757 that's a few minutes out. I don't think I read that correct. I think the 76 is due about 9:30 as it stands. I'm just going to pause us, and now we're back. Bit like a magician without the magic. Right, let's go to the bottom of the chat. Deborah Speller, good morning to you first and foremost, Deborah, and thank you for confirming on sound. And yes, I see the 757 emoji. Thanks for clarifying, team. Hilarious. I've just altered the bitrate on the box. I don't know what difference it will make at your end since we went live, but best to refresh your browser just to be certain that all is good. Right, where is this? It's 757. I think folks will have probably noticed that the Chicago flight, which was due in at 8:25, has totally evaded my grasp, coming in at 1:37 this morning. Right, I can see our inbound 757 just crossing the coast, or about to. November 41135 departed New York, Newark 6 hours and 21 minutes ago. Going to be with us in a minute or so. So I'll be on that momentarily. So there's the tower. Let's just go with the only moving plane on show. So yeah, the Chicago flight coming in at 1:37 this morning. I know it's a westerly, but come on. I'm thinking it must have arrived here empty, literally empty. Because there's no way you're going to make up 7 hours with a tailwind. Not on a flight of that kind of distance. Right, I think our 75 is about to be upon us. So anybody that has just joined the stream, I'm Mark, pleased to meet you. We'll open the stream properly in a minute. We've just gone a little bit earlier to make sure we get this 757. That's spec at 10 o'clock on your screen at the minute. And then I'll just get myself organised with who I can see in the chat. So based on what I can see, good morning Nell W, Rab H, Lloyd Bell, good morning to you Lloyd, Deborah I've said hi to, HGC, and I'll hold at that. I see some streamers. Look at that. It is that kind of day. The cloud ceiling is about 600 feet according to Meta, and on the way in it was dreadful in the latter phase of the journey. I really was full of foreboding, thinking I'm going to be misted out or something. So we should see some good vapours early doors. Well, I'm delighted we're opening with that. As much as I love planes of all shapes, flavours and colours, a 757 is a pretty stonking opening. Well, technically it was the Aer Lingus 320, I know. Well, I opened early for this, not that, so in my little head, this is it. Right, we said hi to HTC. Yeah, you're right, Rab. That early arrival, and if anyone's got any insight on why the Chicago flight would have arrived so early, there's no way because everybody was boarded early and they shifted in a new flight plan and caught a monster tailwind. In fact, it would have been quite terrifying, I imagine, to have been in a tailwind that could get you here 6-7 hours early. Cracker stuff, really. So I can see a Ryanair over yonder pushing back, so I suppose I'd better put the camera on it in a bit. But as you know, I'm in love with the 757, so I'm going to use a bit of editorial discretion before we move to the departing flight for Palma. It's not moving very far anyway. So folks, we have got the Qatar Airways A350, as is per the norm, out at 8 o'clock officially. My money is it'll be a little bit late, although it's 12 minutes yet, so who sees? We'll see on that one. And of course, in the early phase of the show, we have Air Canada, first time on one of our streams in 2024 at Edinburgh. So welcome return. There should be a poll up in the chat. I can't see it on my machine. Grateful if folks could confirm if they can actually see it. So it's a straightforward proposition. Which Air Canada livery do you like best? The minty blue one, or the one with the blue tail fin and the red maple leaf, which is today's colours as it goes? We'll delve into that one a little bit later. Rab H is going plane of the day on this baby. It comes in Star Alliance livery on the Washington flight around 10:35, I'd like to say. But I reckon if this was F1, you'd say this is currently on pole, wouldn't you? I'd definitely say that. So we saw it in Star Alliance colours on Friday. The aircraft November 14120 is back here today. Friday it was a Chicago flight, Sunday it's a Washington flight. There is the jet set life that is that of a plane. So let's go back. Oh, Lloyd Bell, you are my hero. Well, you already were anyway. It's a flight radar error. As Rab says, that is a monster error. It broke my heart when I was eating my 3 Weetabix this morning at just after 3:30. I thought, well, FFS, let's just say FFS, family friendly show as we are. I genuinely thought, I can't believe it. How can that even be possible? It had to have come empty, which didn't seem likely, did it? They'd cancel the flight. Although then again, they've got to make the connection at this end, from this end, haven't they? Anyway, my little head couldn't understand it. Lloyd, you're a superstar. What is the ETA? Don't be telling me it's 3 o'clock this afternoon or something, because you'll go from hero to zero. Oh dear. All right, let's get down that chat a bit more. Good morning to you, Crystal White. How are you doing? And also to Scottish content creators. You can tell United are starting to put their footprint in here now, can't you? When we're getting to see the gate, some of the front gates being used, or front to us. Yeah, I'm all caught up, Rab, I think, with Lloyd. I'm a bit like a mother hen at the minute. I've made some adjustments to things that I forgot to do when getting excited about the inbound 757. And of course, we've made that change now, so all good. But I'm kind of watching just to check we're not dropping frames or something else weird. Let's get back down the chat. Good morning to Tina York. How you doing? Happy Sunday. Happy Sunday indeed. Hope all is good, Tina. And good morning to Andy P, our Glasgow-based weather station. What's the story? I think at this end, it looked dreadful. Certainly from Dunbar onwards. Let me just put you on the Ryanair departure to Palma. And I think it's moving. Yeah, it is moving. So 10% chance of rain here. Temperatures not bad. I'm actually not wearing a coat this morning. So just proof positive for that, because you might need convincing. There you go. See how I finish at the end of the day. You know me, I like to tempt fate. I drive Eddie Potters. That's something completely different. Oh dear. Ash Watts, good morning to you, buddy. Hope all is good. Okay, driving on down. Tony McCall. Hello, Tony. Tony, this Chicago 757 flight, not obviously the one you're looking at the screen, it's caused me rank depression this morning. I don't know if you caught my earlier comments when, according to flight radar, it had landed here at 1:37 this morning. Oh man. One of the reasons I'm sharp on time as best I can is to guard against the Transatlantics coming in a bit earlier, which is obviously an amplified risk when you've got westerlies. But oh dear. According to flight radar, that got here while I was still in the middle of my dreams. Probably having a dream about charging cables for camera batteries and stuff. Yeah, don't worry, I've got another one on its way, so I'll be. It's the only cable I hadn't got a duplicate of, and it's the first time I forgot it on Friday. It is here today. Good morning, Terry the artist. How goes it, Tell? Hope all is good. Did you enjoy the Arsenal game yesterday? Terry being a Spurs fan. So thanks, Lloyd, confirming our Chicago flight running late. So just shy of 10 o'clock, which is quite helpful for us because Delta, last time I looked, were running about half an hour early with their 767 arrival from JFK. So actually, if they come in early and United come in somewhere near Delta slots, that'll be quite helpful for the distribution of the sexy action. Ooh la la, Nell. I don't think Mrs. PSA would say ooh la la. Right, nice sedate. Do you know what? I'm thinking to myself, you took your coat off a bit too swiftly, you chump. I don't know. Anyway, this should just go. Track is clear, and indeed we're rolling. I think we'll open the show formally at once this has gone. A little bit heavy on the zoom there, sorry about that folks. Just getting the old digits moving. I think there's plenty of planes at gates, which is good. Big Al, good morning to you, Big Al. How goes it? Keith Cornell, Chigwell's finest, is in the house. That's my mind placed at rest. Just getting toast done. Done a shop? Oh, online shop, presumably, unless you've scooted around the corner shop. Anyway, tea and toast. That's the way to go. Excellent. Right, let's get some fireworks on. Let's get some celebration, because a friend in our community, Ian Finley, has crested the 3-month milestone with Plane Sailing Aviation. Ooh, Nell's just upped Keith Cornell cheesy toast. Yeah, I'd do that. And I don't want to reprise our conversation about tomato sauce versus brown sauce, but I'd have a little dash of either Worcester sauce or tomato sauce on that cheesy toast. Is that what you did, Nell? Did you do something different? Glenn's Aviation Love, how are you doing, buddy? You're in bed with a cuppa. That's the way to watch. The main thing is you're not working. I feel good about that, because I always think with yourself, and Hammy in particular, I seem to be a 50-50 player when it comes to catching your off days. You know I try hard for everyone that works. Anyway, Ian Finley's fireworks, here they go. And I think we're in the celebratory mode, really. I've just spotted Ash Watts has also hit 3 months. I don't know where the time goes, I really don't. I know we often remark on it, but it doesn't make it any less true, does it? I'm just going to go back to that United 757. Kind of like plane porn, if you pardon the expression. Anyway, that is a marvellous plane. Marvellous. Right, what was I doing? Fireworks for Ash. Here we go. Cheers, buddy. Right, back to it. So yes, Ian Finley, good morning to you, sir. And Stephen Boyd, hello to you. Nice spring morning in Edinburgh. Threat of rain, pretty omnipresent, but the weather bods seem to think it's only a 10% chance of rain. You can probably see the split in the cloud formation. The heavy stuff, the thicker cloud, the deck there's about 600 feet or thereabouts. There's our Air Canada tail fin. I better just move the camera away. I can hear the warble of ground radar picking up in the background. Anyway, ooh, I've not heard that saying, Rab. Roasted cheese. It adds a lot. Right, so Nell was toast with goat cheese. Excellent. No sauce, no butter, no mayo. That's good. I mean, to be honest with you, butter is the key to toast, tea cakes, scones. Oh. But cheese, you wouldn't notice the butter, would you? Good morning to Political Bias. Welcome back to Edinburgh, mate. So Keith Cornell's got his neighbour in to do a job at 9. And then shop 10 minutes walk away, or roger that. Linda Cooper, hello to you. Where are you, Linda? You're at work. I can't believe it. I've managed to script a show that Glenn's Aviation Love can enjoy from home, and I've picked a day where you've not even got the option of joining me down at the airport on commentary. Well, listen, I hope for you and anybody else that is working, I hope the hands on the clock turn rapidly. Oh, Sarah Louise has got rainy France. Oh, blimey. Well, Sarah, think of yourself as taking one for the team, I guess, in that sense, because normally rain is what we do. It absolutely slung it down in the early hours of Saturday morning in Northumberland. I'm fairly sure you had the same experience, Political Bias. And it didn't really stop raining for us until mid-morning, and a lot of rain came down. A lot of rain came down. Right, we've got a Flying Dutchman in next from Amsterdam. A 737-900, 20 years of age, currently just crossed the coast at just over 1,000 feet. Departed AMS 1 hour ago, near enough. And good afternoon to John Mackenzie in Hong Kong, who's finally let go of the rain. Perhaps that's what's in France pestering Sarah Louise's day, which then will be pestering our day probably by mid-morning tomorrow. It is a bank holiday in the UK, to be fair. Right, let's hold at the thought that Sarah Louise has hit the 6 months membership milestone. I will do the fireworks once we've got the Flying Dutchman in. Looks like we've got Loganair going somewhere. That's not it. That's it. But we can't loiter there because this is telescope territory. Smiley Dolphin inbound. Right, let's get Sarah Louise's fireworks on. Tell you what, we'll pick that plane up as it comes back up the track. Loganair isn't at its point yet, so thank you, Louise. Sarah Louise. 6 months thanks to this amazing community. Well, you are a central part of it, Sarah Louise, so take a bow and here's our fireworks for you. And driving on down, I see, oh, good morning, Justine Hewitt. How are you doing? And hi to Martin as well. Going out for breakfast. Where are you going? Obviously, for folks who don't know, Justine and Martin are more my side of the world, up in the northeast. Yeah, do tell. Vicarious living by yours truly. Blooming heck. My screen's just gone bonkers. Bonkers, bonkers. I'm not getting my messages quickly enough is what I'm concluding. So bear with me. John Mackenzie, I have just seen your incredibly generous gifting of 20 memberships. Off the chart, man. Thank you so much. Such a great friend to the channel. We'll do your fireworks in a minute. I think you've blown it up. You've blown the fireworks box up. The screen went mental. Now, you think I know where this plane was going, but I've just become discombobulated. I'm freewheeling. Political Bias, great friend of the channel, been with us from the very early days, the beginning really. Has celebrated 7 months as a member with Plane Sailing Aviation, fireworks for PB. Oh, I'm loving the tempo today, folks. I love the tempo every day, to be fair. Alan Ray, good morning to you, Alan. Welcome to our Edinburgh live stream. I think you've been a member for a year, PB. You were pretty much one of our first subscribers, let alone members. And I think sometimes YouTube can be a bit disconnected with the way it tabulates this stuff, but I have to say it is nice that we at least get these moments up in the chat. There's no way you could keep track of it yourself as a one-man band, so or even a three-man band, I guess. You'd have to have somebody on memberships. Sounds like a golf club. Right, let's get driving on down, make sure I'm saying hi to people. Ah, Linda Cooper's off next weekend. It's your birthday on Thursday. Well, I don't think we're going to be streaming here on Thursday. I'm not sure we'll be streaming anywhere Thursday. I've got it penciled in for a possible Newcastle, but there's a couple of things that have cropped up in my domestic life that possibly might need me to... Oh, what's that? Oh, looks like towing an Embraer around for a later departure. Might be wrong. Anyway, Linda, a happy birthday from myself and Eddie. And Webbo. Good morning, Webbo. Hey, up my duck indeed. Fireworks for Webbo. Webbo is 4 months in. 4 months, a member of the channel. Here we go. Wowee. Oh, it's the first time today I've said wowee. Blowing. Right. John Mackenzie, member for 8 months. Let's do the fireworks for that first. John Mackenzie, thank you for your support. Ooh. Well, there you go. Just on cue, really. It was due out at 8, so it's marginally late. It might have even been rolling at 8 for all I know. Look at the pace it's going at. It'll be at the runway by tea time. Right, let's move on. So, I can't remember, I've just lost my concentration. So, I think I've celebrated John Mackenzie with fireworks because I was thinking about the fact that he's also got 20 PSA, well, he's gifted us, amazingly, 20 memberships. So fireworks on all counts. Mark's head is reeling. It really is. Thank you, John. You can't whack a 350 early in the show, can you? I think I know there's another one scheduled to come in from Doha later, but well, let's enjoy this baby. When we were here Friday, of course, the second flight of the day came in too late for us. So here we go. So who's benefited from John Mackenzie's amazing support of the channel? Let's find out. Stephen Boyd, Yvonne V, Peter H, Dawson Simming, Untitled Wanderer, I'm a wanderer. Yes, let's stay away from that. I'm helping the bird scarers out with that little ditty. Peter Clegg, Jerry Long and Rachel also in and amongst the 20. Jackie McDonald, Scott Foster, Giant Coin Stacks, William Michael Saunders. I need a bigger screen. Mohawk Scotland, John Barnes, thinking of the footballer. Kevin Hughes, Richard Webb, the Papa Smurf, the OG. Cougar Tracks, John Ellison, Webbo, you're right, Big Bosh from John. It is awesome. Bruce Jarvis, good morning to Bruce Jarvis. Hope all is good. Martin 1972, you are going to Coltello Lounge in Cramlington. Fantastic place for brekkie. Now, we're not quite as local to Cramlington as you are, but I'll make a note of that. In my part of the world, I kind of think I'm more Running Fox and Bertram's in Wartworth. But there's plenty of other good spots as well. It's a wonder I don't weigh 20 stone. I think if I had the metabolism that could do that, I probably would weigh 20 stone. So, lucky folks on that plane are trading in, well, 12-degree max here. There's something in that region. For something in the 30s in Doha. I did have a quick look last night just for my own torture. Just looking at the winglets on that, just trying to think. We were talking on the last show, weren't we, about the 767 having some pretty large winglets, and I think I mused out loud that I'd try and find out what the standing height of those was, bearing in mind they're angulated, if that's a word. Probably isn't. Ah, Sarah Louise has got a 2-day bank holiday. We need more of that in the UK. One day just doesn't touch it, does it, for those who work? Plus everything's so congested in the UK, it kind of vectors everybody into chasing the same thing. Oh, what's going on? I can't see anything preventing this plane from going. So good morning and welcome to anyone that has just joined the show that I've not said hi to. I'm Mark, and we're going to be on air today till about 1:30, all things being equal, bringing you plenty of action. Nice mix of heavies and European carriers. I mean, look at this baby. It's Qatar Airways 350-900. I think it's about to start going, unless it could be an illusion. Anyway, all is good. Jik, I can't pronounce that. Jik Ok Odo Abdullah Abidi. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm not pronouncing your name correctly, but it was a game try. See a bit of spray there on the deck. Clear sign they've had some wet overnight. Look at that. British Airways are on the move, which, because of the time of day, can only be Heathrow, as London City, as folks will know, ain't yet open. Opens at noon. Good morning to Gary Fleming. How are you doing? Hope you're keeping well, buddy. So this plane, well, about 18 months old, something in that region. Golf Tango Tango November Tango. All I see is TNT when I look at that. Anyway, an Airbus 320 Neo, off down to the big smoke. Back in the chat. Now I did have a screen loitered on Webbo's, a comment from Webbo, but it's just jumped on me. Good morning, Audrey McDonald. How are you doing, Audrey? What kind of weather have I left behind is my question. Tina York has a membership milestone up at 4 months. Fireworks are going to be in order. If only this plane would just slow down more to a Qatar Airways 350 kind of pace. Let's see how we do. Kind of got there, and I found Webbo's last comment. Still Shepshed's finest. You are indeed, buddy. Shepshed's finest. And of course, Leicester City back in the Premier League. I was thinking about something you'd actually said in a previous show, Webbo, about going to the old Filbert Street, I think, and the Carling stand. Was that your first game there? That was where I used to take Eddie back in the day. Although he cut his teeth with family night football, if you remember that. So gentle plea as always on likes. If we can get the likes on nice and early, helps the channel massively with YouTube, because it's the thumbs up of approval. And if you're watching and you're not yet subscribed, give it a go. It's free, and of course once you've subscribed, you're in the chat. Inbound, we've got an EasyJet 320 Neo, 5 years of age, making the very short scoot from Belfast. I've also got a Ryanair on the move to Stansted, out of sight to you good people at the minute. Tell you what, the Air Canada Dreamliner 9, you can see a piece of there. I wasn't far off catching that this morning. I parked up, I didn't stick around at McDonald's, I took it away with me and sat in the car drinking it, and it literally flashed by the emergency gate 6. I thought, geez, I was probably 20 minutes shy of being able to catch it, but Good morning, Drifty Edits. That's a nifty moniker. Ian Finley, thanks for confirming on the second Qatar. Looks like that's running early, just crossed into Turkey. Hopefully Central European airspace won't cramp its style too much, or our style. Don't want any of that. Plenty of seats on that baby. How much of it you see post-rotation with that tree overhanging. It's always a good form book guide. I'll ride in with the EasyJet from Belfast whilst I look out for the departing Ryanair for Stansted. Looks like this will have to give way, because there's your Stansted, baby. I think I've said hi to Gary Fleming, but my chat window was just bobbed around, so for the avoidance of doubt, you get twice from me, Gary. Lloyd's off to the oh, hang on a minute. Ah! Great friend of the channel that Political Bias is. He's also very kindly super chatted us. Fantastic support, buddy. Not much, Mark. You're joking, mate. The sentiment is great. The money is great. It's a win-win. It's win-win. No such thing as not much. It really isn't. I'm going to reach for the fireworks and see if I can keep panning while I do it. Thank you, buddy. Oops. I thought I was getting away with that, but I need longer arms. Alan T, good morning to you. Glenn's Aviation, see you in half an hour, mate. We're here till 1:30 if everything cooperates. I know there's some ifs in that sentence, but Simewinder, hello to you, Simewinder. And William Shakespeare. William Shakespeare. Now I know we're moving in the right circles. Hey, Dimpal. I don't think we've said hi before. I'm Mark anyway, so just in case. Oh, why am I hearing that noise? Can you hear that noise as well? Can't decide if that's a good noise or not. Richard Morgan, good morning to Richard Morgan. Ah, Webbo, yes, Steve Agnew. Remember Steve? Steve Agnew. Didn't you go Middlesbrough on the coaching staff at one time? Might even still be there. Good times down at the old Filbert Street. Not that we're going in this particular direction, but I think the toilets were a bit insanitary. When I used to take Eddie there to proper match days, well, oh, it used to be a nightmare. Anyway, we'll let Eddie speak to that himself on another show. I wish this chat would just stay still. Mind you, it's good that means you're talking. I think I'm caught up. If I've missed anybody, not on purpose. Somebody on finals I see as well. So this baby off to Stansted. Bye. Let's have a quick look on the freight park while we see what's coming next. Next being a Vueling inbound from Barcelona. Crikey, is it 8:30 already? Really is. Anyway, an A320, 16 years of age. Departed around 2 hours ago. What more do we need to know? Right, I'm going to try and bookmark the chat if I can. JetBlue starts something like the 22nd, 23rd of May, John Mackenzie. My plan, I'll be here covering it unless I'm ill or Mrs. PSA is so ill that she requires my personal attendance, but otherwise I'll be here for that. Looking forward to it. It's the the highlight for me of the spring calendar. Just hope we get some decent weather. Or if it's not decent, that it's exciting. I don't know what folks think, but I would like it also to be runway 6 in operation, so we get a nice good look at it from the mound when it taxis back out. So Sidewinder, so we're just going to ignore that 56% of people, the ones that voted dark livery, are wrong. No, we're not ignoring anything, Sidewinder, I don't think. It's interesting which way it tilts. I can't see the pole at all, which is driving me bonkers, but I could see it on my phone. Basically, I tried to track the chat through an Android tablet, but I sort of, every time I solve a problem with the way it displays, I create a new problem. So likes, I have no clue what the active likes number is. So if you're watching the show and you've yet to give us a like, go on, make an old guy happy. I got a little graphic as well, because obviously people are often swayed by what they see. I think, I'll be honest with you, the dark blue tail fins Air Canada, I think, has got a bit of corporate regality about it, but there's something about the minty fresh one as well. I don't know which way. I've not cast a vote yet, to be honest. Oopsie. I mean, what do people think of this livery? I quite like it for some obscure reason. It's not anywhere near top 20 or anything, but I find myself able to look at this, whereas show regulars will know, and we're lucky that we don't see it on our shows so much. Pegasus, I cannot stand their livery, or liveries. Thank you, Tony McCall. You're right. It's a 22nd of May departure, 23rd arrival here. So I'll be here. Cannot wait. Cannot wait. Even though the weather is total garbage, I'm doing it. I mean, whatever. At least it's May if it's total garbage, whereas total garbage in December, kind of hypothermia territory, isn't it? Ash Watts, a bit dotty, bit of designer dottiness going on there, you reckon? You could be onto something. Let's just hold there. Sidewinder says, oh, and I think we're talking about Air Canada, aren't we? So, Nell can't see the pole. Oh, sorry folks. Can anyone see the pole? Because I don't know if this is a device type issue. So I set it up last night, actually. It was there this morning. I've not removed it. Let's just see if I've got, oh, hang on a minute. It's gone back to top messages again, when it should be all messages. I do apologise. Good morning, giant coin stacks. We just name checked you earlier on. You've got a gifted membership. You've probably said thanks for it anyway, and I'm behind the chat from John McKenzie. So your day is hopefully off, from your perspective, to a great start. So, brand new prop from Dublin in next. Oh, we like brand new. We had a brand new British Airways 321 on Friday's show. Yeah, it hasn't even got a photograph, has it, on flight radar? Ooh, baby. Liking a bit of that. Thanks, Tony McCall. Sorry, folks, I don't know why the poll has disappeared. It's a shame, and I don't know how to extrapolate the learning from that. Last time we were, no, 2 or 3 weeks back, I think we had a couple of Sunday polls and they were fine, but the fact we had 2 might have prevented the first one from timing out on its own. I'm gonna have to ask the YouTube people, because you put time and effort into prepping certain things, because I had got a visual as well to aid the poll, but it's kind of been rendered redundant. Anyway, let's appreciate a brand new ATR. I think I'll take a snap of that on the way by and see if I can get something on flight radar. Oh dear. Plenty of turboprop action in the chat. Ash Watts, Snell W, Gary Fleming, HDC, first of the day. Yes, give it some love. And yin equals yang, well, not quite from a propulsion perspective, but Aer Lingus send one in and they send one out. So this 320 returning to Dublin. Sidewinder as well, giving it plenty of revolutions on the old turboprop emoji. Good morning to you, Mike Wild. Hope Sunday is off to the right kind of start for you. Ah, Lloyd with the qualification, 8 years old but new to Aer Lingus in the last week or so. Oh, that's interesting. Do we know who the previous ownership was? Ah, Tony, life spent in Indonesia. That'd be interesting. It's one of these funny things, you know, and I guess it's because the commentary is in English, or fractured English, if you want to be honest about it. Before we went live streaming and we were posting videos regularly, Indonesia was, for quite some time, our 3rd most supportive nation. UK first, India second, Indonesia 3rd. It never quite translated into when we went live. I guess the language barrier kind of turns it off a little bit. We get the occasional Indonesian pop up in the chat, but then never managed to post anything in English. But I always think what a shame it is, because I just think the whole new world of aviation there. More familiar though, an A320 in Aer Lingus colours heading to Dublin. Here we go. I don't think I'm going to get that ATR picture. I think it's going to be past the sweet spot before I finish with this. We'll see. see what we can do. No, that's not the one I wanted. Pulled the trigger prematurely. I'll get it on the way out. No point in screwing it up. Oh right, thank you Lloyd Bell. I can't remember that I caught it on Friday. Oh dear. Sometimes I can't remember what I had for tea the day before. Now W, it's exactly that. We get this kind of occasional presence, but we used to get a lot of views from Indonesia back in the day. All right, that's interesting, Ash Watts. The thing with YouTube polls anyway is once you close them, as the creator, I can't later pull the stats up. If I don't jot them down, they're lost in the ether. I do think it's an aspect of the channel they could definitely do better. What's happening with our 757? Provisioning going on. All those lunch meals, I wonder what they've got. Right, let's have a quick look-see. So mindful folks are coming and going all the time, just the way it rolls. So good morning to anybody that has just joined our live stream here at Edinburgh Airport. Hope you're doing well. I'm Mark anyway, your host, on air for some chilled out plane spotting through till about 1:30, well 13:35, when Delta Airlines should, if they follow the script, bring the show to a conclusion with their 767 return to New York JFK. So hopefully you are settled down with some provisions, a brew, and just some easy relaxation. Great company in the chat. I think Ash Watts, I'm going to definitely contact YouTube and just ask for some guidance on this, because I'm just blundering along as a, I mean, I've been doing this now for about 15 months, but I often say every day a school day, you know, compared to, I don't know, Jerry Dyer at Bizjet TV, for example, or Chris at Speedbird. There's folks that have been at this for ages and have probably forgotten more than I've learned in the last 15 months or so. In fact, it's a stone cold certainty. I think if Eddie was with me today, we'd just reinstate the poll, but as a single streamer, you kind of have enough bits and bobs to watch anyway. And that's not the cue for the violin. Keith Cornell, I've not heard from Abby. I don't know if anybody else has. Of course, I know Lloyd Bell is mugging up for his exams, Lloyd being at uni, of course. Is that this week, Lloyd? I can't quite remember. Good morning, Colin Lee's Hearts. How you doing, pal? Hope all is good. Birds are cracking on with a bit of song. Is it louder? That can't be far off. Pushing back. I think we'll loiter there. Ah, Lloyd's last one tomorrow. Well, Lloyd, good luck to you from all your friends at Plane Sailing Aviation, and of course, particularly myself and Eddie. I think Eddie's still getting the Zs in. Eddie, if you're listening and you're just sitting out the chat, pop in and say good morning. On the other hand, if he's getting some quality sleep in, I can't fault him. So let's have a quick look at the prognosis. I'll tell you what, I'm going to take us off in a different direction, but I just want to check that there's nothing going to come swooping out the sky. With a fairly low ceiling, last I looked at about 600 feet, I can see me being caught out. So the The only plane I can see transponding is the Belfast EasyJet arrival, so I'm guessing they just haven't switched off. Right, somebody is out over the Firth of Forth, and it is an EasyJet. What are the chances? Baby bus departed 55 minutes ago, an A319, 12 years of vintage. Currently just over 3,000 feet, making a fairly languid turn. Good morning, Yvonne V. Hello to you. And Nick Gray. Hello to you, Nick. I did smile, Nick, when I responded to the post you put up yesterday, because I thought, I bet Nick's not gone bed yet. Sort of 3:30 UK time. So Nell W confirming our inbound aircraft is in 3 minutes. So the thing I was going to show and tell, I'm going to hold on to for the minute, because I'll probably leave it on the screen or something. Regulars of the show will know exactly what I mean. Anyway, I was saying earlier on, weren't I, on air till about 1:30, and we got plenty of good stuff to show you. So if you've just dropped by and you are wondering what's the point in being at Edinburgh, well, look, it's not just Scotland's busiest airport, it's one of the UK's most scenic airports, and there's some good action here. So what have we got coming up? We have a 757, well, we've got 3 757 departures, 2 arrivals still to do, 767 in and out, and another A350, and then a bundle of other flag carriers such as Lufthansa, Iberia Express. Who else we got? Air France, and then a whole bunch of other people besides, you know, your Loganair, Jet2, Ryanair, EasyJet, KLM. I could just go on and on. The only thing I think we haven't got is we haven't got any bizjets. I think, yes, Nell W, we are having an orange moment, and let's just check the flag, when I say flag, it's not a flag, the windsock. So we are very much on a west-southwesterly wind. I think last I looked, and it might have varied slightly, but it's pretty much line astern with the runway, something like 1 knot of crosswind. So that's why I took Krabby off the emoji suite. We've got a new emoji, members, I think, in case anyone didn't see the post last night. So I've attempted to mimic the tail fin that you are looking at there, which is one of the 2 designs that are commonly on our shores via Air Canada. Not sure how it'll work in the chat, but let's spam it a bit when this plane goes so we can have a proper look at it. The trouble with emojis is they don't shrink down always in the way that you want, and as you can see there, it's not a very contrasting tail fin, is it? It's classy, all ends up, but if you imagine shrinking it right down, that maple leaf doesn't get a lot of canvas. Right, there's our EasyJet. As you can see, pilots not got a lot to do there. Wind isn't, well, not doing anything, is it? If this was cricket, you'd say the ball is not doing anything. But nothing wrong with flat track when it comes to aviation. What's going on there? Let's have a look. Thommy0906, hello to you. You're going to wave at the EasyJet. You're right, Nell W. That was textbook perfect. Good morning, Neil McGarrity. Hope all is good. It is low cloud today, but thanks so much for your kind words, Neil. It was absolutely, well, it was horrible over Dunbar way. And even now, when you look over the Pentland Hills, you can kind of see that there's plenty of low cloud knocking about. Last I looked on Meta, it was 600 feet for the ceiling. Let's have a look. Lifted a bit now, currently 2,000 feet, so that's a good sign. Some broken cloud at 1,000, but I think we'll take that. So Thommy0906 is at Ingliston. Roger that. Are you on the mound? Don't know, see if I can get my visuals on it. See if I can pick you up on the camera in a jiffy. Well, actually, let's see whereabouts you are before I start trying to find you. We'll ride in with this EasyJet momentarily while I just cast my eye around. So Air Canada, folks, their Dreamliner is due out at 9 o'clock. It came in nice and early. Lest I think it was early. Well, it might have been about on time, actually, on reflection. Anyway, due out at 9 o'clock. So, in theory, 11 minutes away from getting to see and hear it. That Lauda A320 hasn't pushed back yet. Eyes on that one as well. Jamie at 136, good morning to you. How goes it? Favourite airport ever spotted at? I always think it's a toughie, because I always think, even though Newcastle is home base for the channel, I always feel so at home at Edinburgh. So that's great. Heathrow I've got a strong family connection with, for my grandparents on both sides, and that's where I found plane spotting, so always going to be good on that one. Amsterdam blew me away. Madrid, do you know what I'm going to say? And I've only recently found Madrid. I'm going to say Madrid, actually. I think, and I know the most recent good experience always weights more heavy in your mind, but yeah, I'm going to say Madrid. It kind of, I don't know, it nearly gave me a meltdown. It was just too exciting, too exciting. So yeah, if you'd asked me before that, I probably would have, and I flip-flop a lot, folks, you know that, I might have gone for Amsterdam. But now I've been to Madrid, I say it's Madrid. Although, at some point, John Mackenzie's convinced me, I think, along the way that the authorities won't chuck me in a van or something, at least if I don't give them cause to. I've reignited my interest in a Hong Kong, Singapore kind of trip. Not in the immediate future, so don't get too excited, but I am thinking very much along those lines. Paul Barnes, good morning to Paul Barnes. Right, Thommy0906, car park, red car. Tell you what, we've got time to have a look, ain't we? I can see a red car with a naked eye. So let's just see. Are you parked next to a blue car? Let's start there. Right, that isn't the red car I was thinking of. That looks more maroon. Although there's somebody in it. Let me just see the other one that I thought I saw. That one. Bit hazier there. So let's just see in the chat if that registers. Excellent, John Mackenzie. we will definitely swap notes nearer the time. And you're right about Edinburgh, Jamie, from a spotting point of view. So from a pure spotting point of view, it's brilliant here. You've got great views both sides of the runway, super mix of action, stunning backdrop. And I better get onto this plane that's arriving, aren't I? Otherwise you're going to give me telescope number 10. And that is that Norwegian that was called in the chat a few minutes ago. I think we might have some vapours. There we go. How's that, folks? That's just me freezing the screen. I don't think these pictures will be usable at this distance, but I'm just loving the vapour trail. Something just bleeped, so I better investigate that. So bear with me, team. Let's get this Norwegian down. Reminds me, I heard a bleep about 15 minutes ago. I was going to seek out its source. It's a good thing I don't fly a plane, isn't it? Captain, are you going to do something about that alarm? Which alarm? What does it do? And it's not Freddie Mercury, is it? A plain tail fin on a plane. So, got the wait for Freddie Mercury to turn up in one of our streams on a Norwegian tail fin continues. I don't think the Freddie tail finned plane has been in the UK yet in May. Last seen at Gatwick, 29th. Peugeot, says Tommy 0906. Right, we'll go back and have a look at that in a minute. It could be a sun bleached Freddie now, couldn't it? Because it is true. Oh, well, let's just have a quick look. Which one did we say was the Peugeot? Just for completion. No, I don't think that's a Peugeot. But, oh, dear me. I think that's the Peugeot. Yeah. Good-o. Oh, Air Canada has nipped out. Unbelievable. That would have been the telescope of it. Well, a forever telescope. So members, chance to road test. If road test is the right term. Your Air Canada emoji. If it doesn't quite look right, we'll do something else with it. It's easier to do the minty blue one, to be honest. I was quite happy with the minty blue one, but I kind of thought it'd be a bit ridiculous to have a minty blue Air Canada emoji in a show featuring an Air Canada with a blue tail fin. Lloyd says Freddie Mercury is back en route to Gatwick again. He's a rascal. Yesterday he spent his time between Oslo, Stavanger and Antalya, if I remember correctly. I'm stalking that plane. Daniel Watkins, hello my friend. Steve Marchant, hello to you. Hope you're well. I do apologise if I've missed anybody in the chat. Trying hard not to. Alexandra Wood, good morning to you, Alexandra. And at least I've established what has caused that chirpy noise in my ear, the happy chirpy sound of a Kofi dropping. So, donation from Sarah Louise for 6 months celebration and a warm snack from Sarah Louise. Lots of love from Mark, Sarah Louise. Thank you so much. Let's do the fireworks, we've got time. I've been looking forward to this plane departing, well, since Friday. Good morning, Mohawk, Scotland. So I've said hi to Alexandra Wood, I think. Alexandra, oh, in fact, I'm seeing the emojis. Sorry, folks. I asked for some emoji love, and I've got it. So now W, oops, keep up with the plane. I think I'll stay with the plane. Now W, Rab H, Gary Fleming, Deborah Speller, Nick Gray with a 787 Flourish. Very classy, Nick. Melonpan 78, hello to you. Andy in Finley. Terry the Artist, it is classy, isn't it? I thought it would be a really contentious poll because I think that looks the bizzo. But the minty one is so popular, I thought I found a point of controversy, and then YouTube have undermined me by closing the poll down. Aer Lingus, next inbound from Dublin. We'll go to that now, actually. If we can take our eyes off that monolithic beauty that is the Air Canada 787 Dreamliner. Oh, it's Dane, my fellow spotter. So folks that were in the Friday show will have heard a bloke in the background. It's same fella, Dane. How you doing, pal? Just in the nick of time, I'd say. Just going to pivot round to where you're standing, Dane. You nearly gave this old geezer a heart attack.
Sorry?
You nearly gave this old geezer a heart attack.
Sorry?
You're in a world of your own when you got your headphones on, you see.
This aircraft hasn't been in the last 12 months.
It's not?
It didn't come in last year.
Ah.
I've only been taking records since last year. I didn't recognise the registration, so I checked the checklist. So if it's been in before, it's...
Oh, so it could be a first.
Could be a first, yeah.
Ah, cool. You heard it here. Thanks, Dane. Right, track isn't clear yet. It's only me a second to get into the chat. Right, I better get... Oh, no time to dally. Oh, and we even got a piece of it. I did wonder whether it was going to jinx us and rotate out of shot. Melonpan 78, not a fan of the Air Canada livery that we've just waved away. I think it's a divisive one, isn't it? Which is actually excellent when you think about it. Creates a talking point in itself. Whether that was Air Canada's strategic intention, so good morning and a very warm welcome to anyone that's just joined the show. Welcome to Edinburgh. Nice jam-packed morning of easy-paced plane spotting. Yeah, you're right, Melapan 78. It feels good now the summer routes are kicking in. I mean, I love it here in the winter, but let's be honest, you know, with the extra United Airlines Delta routes, I think Delta add their Boston connection from next Friday. I think that was on the list that Lloyd Bell kindly gave me. So sorry, Sir Louise, that Air Canada departure was going to Toronto. I don't know if anybody has called it in the chat. Yeah, they have. Glenn's Aviation has. I was just in awe of the plane. Forgot that I'm actually supposed to be providing some commentary. So yes, exactly as Lloyd says, Jamie at 136. I'm down at Almond Bank, which is where Lloyd broke his arm, isn't it, Lloyd? Ground's a lot firmer now, mate. I mean, I might show it on camera later, but I bought a brolly with me. It's only a cheap Sports Direct one that cost me several quid. It's lasted all winter. I went and tried to plant it in the ground, as I always do when I stand here, and it's just snapped at the handle. And that's because the ground has gone quite solid quite quickly. Last time I was here, which I think on this side that is, I think it was the day after you'd broken your arm, it was slippy and horrible. It was, yeah, much improved. Optimus Toaster, good morning to you. Hope all is good. So where are we now? 9:05. So what are we expecting to happen in this hour? Well, Delta were running quite a lot early last I looked with their 767 connection. It was something in the region of 9:30 they were shaping towards. And we've got the delayed United Airlines 757 connection from Chicago in at the top of the hour. So all good. And good morning to Mikey. How you doing, pal? Thommy0906 says KLM taxiing soon. I better keep an eye on that. They always beat me to the punch. I thought this Lauda would be ready to move pretty soon. However, that doesn't seem to be as imminent as I thought. Can't be far away. KLM I've got in my line of sight, and I'll pivot the camera in a second. It's partially screened by the Norwegian arrival, but we'll dig it out. Alexandra Wood, no worries. Have a great time playing shops with your niece. My granddaughter likes shops. It's a tale of carnage. Basically, we end up unpacking the cupboards and putting them in shopping bags, and she likes to repack. She's only 2. What she'll be like when she's 22 will be anybody's business. Good morning, Cheeky. That's a nickname, not a real name. Just in case she's watching, because I know she does like to watch her granddad when he's at Edinburgh. Anyway, Alexandra, have a great day. And yes, JB8136, we do have the, let's just go on to the KLM for a second, because my spidey senses tell me that's going to move. We do have the Qatar Airways A350 in at 1:10, so we kind of have a really great finish to the show. The middle bit's not bad either, but with the Qatar 350 and the Delta Airlines 767 that is due in just after 1:30, yeah, some good ones. DB Bassman, good morning, DB. Hope all is good. Hope you've got a coffee on. Now, what was I going to show and tell before that Air Canada put me off beam? So, not that we do politics on this show, for the avoidance of doubt, political free environment, political bias is the full extent of politics at Plane Sailing Aviation, PB being a member of our channel. Anyway, it sort of cogs were grinding around in my head really from the last couple of streams. So when we were at Newcastle, let's see if I've got a picture. Did I save a picture? Of course I did. Oops. We caught sight of this Eurowings A320 with a Yes to Europe sticker on it, which is something the Lufthansa group have got going with 4 aircraft all carrying that sticker. It was only added a couple of weeks ago, I understand, in connection with the European elections. Putting it on a UK route, whatever way you see Brexit, that's not the point of the conversation. It just seemed a dry sense of humour. Anyway, political messaging, whichever way you want to look at it. And then we caught this little beauty. I think this is more calculated, but this was on a Ryanair arrival. A nifty little sticker on the nose, vote for Europe, which is obviously a message that has another message wrapped around it, given that you can see vote for lower fares. I wasn't sure which political party or groupings were actually active on the lower fares for planes or lower airport charges, but it just struck me that 2 planes I've seen in a little over a week carrying political messaging seemed interesting. What folks think about that one? DB Bassman, I've got to be honest, I hate those kind of films. You know, it's all good with the action and the brutality, but you need the plot, don't you? There's a couple of films which Eddie has recommended to me in the past that the titles elude me, and I've watched and I've thought, well, the action's good, but I could have written the plot. Although the idea of me writing a movie plot would be a very interesting twist of fate, wouldn't it? Ooh. I was just getting the subplot from that. Is it a bit, not in terms of whether there's a plot or not, is it Hunger Games-ish kind of thing with societal differences and segregation and stuff? Divisions, that's the one. So let's just tweak us around a bit. Now, last I looked, I think this, oh, what's this? Jonathan McD. Good morning, Jonathan. I hope you're doing well, mate. Member for 3 months. And we're going to celebrate that in the right way, of course. With some fireworks. Back in the chat, Rab H says, I hope our Ali is okay. I might have missed the preceding bit. Ali Bai, I'm hoping we're talking here, who's had a really tough trot of it at the minute. So yeah, all our best wishes to you, Ali Bai. Hopefully you are watching feet up. There's a lot of crappy ailments about at the minute. Nell W is living proof, aren't you, Nell? It's almost like a queue of viruses out there. Plane on finals, that is, as Nell points out in the chat, a 320 Neo, 2 minutes out. I've got visual. Glenn's Aviation Love says, you can't remember when you joined. You make it sound like a religious cult. Citizen 01. talking about coughs and stuff, I've just set myself going, although I think mine is just good old tree pollen type hay fever. I did have to recourse to a Pirites tablet this morning, tactical, because I thought if I don't, I'll probably be sniffling too much. Never a great look, is it? Right, let's get onto this BA arrival. The sound of those birds was causing me to daydream momentarily. So idyllic here. So, the question about where do you most enjoy spotting at, I'd settled on Madrid in the end, as in like from the airport point of view, but the best spot I think is this one on Almond Bank. River behind you, Pentland Hills in front of you, decent view of the airport, and this. Look at this, scenic as hell. Right, what is happening over there? Come on, KLM. Time is now. There you go. I sensed something was moving. Carl Shield, good morning to Carl Shield. How goes it? Hope all is good. So, yeah, Madrid was special, and here is gorgeous. No question. It's like PB's in my corner too on that one. To be honest with you, I think, I mean, you don't get the same traffic, but I've said this before, Aberdeen's a good place to go as well. Fantastic spot. I love Glasgow as well, on the Mound, when the action is actually happening. It's just refreshing. But yeah, in terms of aviation traffic and stuff, I just think Madrid is mental. And so is Schiphol, to be honest. But maybe Madrid had the edge because the sun was shining, and there was quite a lot of airlines that we don't normally get to see. I think that's the exciting thing about going quite a way off your beaten patch. You're right, Rab H, that Madrid spot was special. I think it probably wouldn't be usable on a June or July day. I think that the temperature will just make hazing just too difficult. We had hazy-ish conditions as it was, but the perspective was absolutely fantastic. I think I've said before, so fantastic, I wouldn't have done that stream on my own, well, if I'd gone on my own, I'd have found out the hard way that I couldn't do it on my own. There's just too many things moving. Eddie doesn't get to co-commentate as much as he'd like because of various work commitments and family life and all the rest of it, but he stepped up to the plate that day, no question. He even made sure that we didn't overstay and miss our flight home. You could say he's my official carer. Audrey's got the toast on. What's going on at Audrey? Now was our goat's cheese. Oops, crikey, I've just gone. Missed my spot. Bit of raspberry jam. Good morning, Ian Nicholson. How goes it? You're off to the airport for the 1310 to Larnaca. Is that Newcastle, Ian? Have a cracking time. And the other question is, how long are you gone for? Political bias. You're right, Aberdeen and Schiphol are just sublime. I think Aberdeen, and I know choppers ain't everybody's cup of tea, but as I've said on the 2 occasions I've been there, particularly the first time, I didn't know where to look. They were coming out of everywhere. It was like stamping on a wasp's nest or something. Not that I've stamped on one, not that stupid, but you get the general idea. Oopsie, that's my sun cream bottle blowing over. Looks like the wind is picking up a little bit, only a little bit. Carl Shields says the new spotting area in Dublin will be the best. Well, let us know when that's open, because we will definitely come and have a look at it if we get the right price from Ryanair. They're usually pretty good on price to Dublin from Newcastle. As we watch the Smiley Dolphin, 737-900, wend its way back to Schiphol. I saw something on Facebook the other day. I think I knew this fact and I'd forgotten it, that KLM is the oldest airline still operating in the world. Sure, they were top of the list. Of course, like all these things you pick off from social media, fact checking is always important, but I'm sure I've referenced this one before somewhere. Number 2 in the list was interesting. I don't know if folks have seen the same thing on X or Facebook. But, number 2 in the world. I'll throw that one out there. Who's the second oldest airline in the world? Because it made me laugh. KLM, I think, has been operating, it says since 1919. And if you think about the kind of planes that were being flown around then by the various air forces, you know, that colloquial term, crates. I mean, they must have just been bombers carrying sacks of mail or something. Little side project for me to do a little bit of research and see what KLM were doing in the early years. Going to hold us off that one a little bit. Inbound plane, an EasyJet, as you'll have recognised there, from Stansted. An A320-200. Planes and trains alert. KLM next to go. Abigavi, good morning to you, but most importantly, how did you celebrate the finishing of the exams? I know you don't want to over celebrate, but must be a weight off your mind to have done the deed. Bit of decompression. Nick Gray says, "Helios sound like fun." I just think Aberdeen is fun central then. We are going to do an Aberdeen stream somewhere between now and July, I think. I just need to find the right gap and sort out Frankfurt and Munich in between times. Where to rest up? There. Just for the moment. Oh, poor old Nell, coughing your lungs out. That is horrible. Alibi 58 has had the cough from hell. Alexandra Wood, I know, has had a cough from hell. And if my memory's correct, DB Bassman also had a cough from hell. There's some horrible viruses out there. Ian Nicholson, off to Larnaca, just the week, just enough to tune up, isn't it, really? Get a base tan on. Oh, Sarah Louise, you be careful with that guillotine. Oh, do you know what? I knew this would push back if I kept my foot in. Anyway, talking of feet going in, we've got some heavy action coming our way. Delta Airlines inbound with their 767-300 extended range. Inbound from New York, JFK. So this will, if everything follows the script and the schedule, be our finale plane at 13:35 or thereabouts. Happy days. So a bit of departure action shaping up in front of our very eyes. So I think we've got the Stansted flight currently blocking our view of the Lauda. Here's the new to Aer Lingus ATR 72 we saw arrive a short while ago. And of course a warm welcome and good morning to anybody that's just joined the show. I'm Mark. How goes it? As always, a gentle plea on likes because it makes the world go round with YouTube. So if folks who haven't yet done so could drop us an early like, goes a long way with the bods or gods at YouTube, especially while we're live. It kind of says, oh, folks are enjoying this. And if you're not yet subscribed, go on, give it a go. Doesn't cost you anything and you can jump in the chat. All good. Looks like this one's going out short. First of the day. Ooh, Lloyd Bell, that is a juicy fact concerning that Lufthansa arrival at 12:10. Their first Neo, if I've read you correctly out of my corner of my eye. And here's our Delta. Let's have a quick look over my shoulder, check that I'm not going to get banjaxed by something else happening. But this plane deserves a lot of love. I was looking at doing a tail fin emoji for this as well. I've got one in development for United. That wasn't oven ready. This was quite hard actually. Even harder than the United one, even though the actual graphic is at face value less complicated. I don't know why this would be, but it's not forecast that way, but it feels to me that the wind might have altered slightly on direction. According to the windsock, it hasn't, but I could feel it blowing on the back of my neck, which suggests a bit of northerly, which it definitely ain't. Rab H, are you avoiding Aberdeen because your team lost? Yes, it would be a great stream, wouldn't it? Aberdeen, Rab, Nick, Abby. Of course, Lloyd, that's your part of the world as well, is it not? When you're not at uni. Ian Doan as well. I'm thinking there's a few people we know that are Aberdeen based. Plane you are looking at on its way back, as you might imagine, to Vienna. Lauda being the airline set up by the now deceased, sadly, Austrian racing legend that was Niki Lauda. Nice steady turn. Make those tyres last. Right, the question about second oldest airline in the world after KLM. I've left it out there for a bit. And Sarah Louise, she's a quiz ace. Avianca. I genuinely was surprised by that. Mohawk Scotland, Qantas, I think they were third. Delta Airlines, who we've seen recently. Oh, United have pushed back as well. Let me just give you a quick toggle. United! Yeah, I've got an emoji on the go for that tail fin. I'd like to think we can crack the case before we come back here, but it's tricky. It's tricky. No political bias. It wasn't Lufthansa. They were in the list, something like 7th or something like, but no, it was Avianca followed by Qantas, KLM, of course, above them. That genuinely amazed me. DB Bassman got back in time to see Haaland answering his critics. It's hilarious. I mean, I'm no Man City fan. I really am not. But it's amazing how the media look to pounce, don't they? Crikey, this is a very incremental progression, isn't it? Jamie at 136 asks, who is my favourite airline? You can always split that one, can't you, between who have you flown with, and that's always balanced by who you flew with more recently. So I'm a big KLM fan, for example. I think they're certainly better than British Airways in the cheaper seats. Fantasy football stuff. To look at. I'll hold that thought. I absolutely love the visual appearance of American Airlines, as I do Jet 2, but I'm going to flip it over. Etihad. I think if you say have a ticket with anybody, particularly if business class or first class is on offer, yeah, give me a go on an Etihad. And if someone's paying, an A380 would be just the way to go. Carl Scheel, I can't remember if Aer Lingus was in that top 10 list. I think the top 20 is quite crowded, and there's kind of arguments about elements of British Airways potentially meriting a top 10 inclusion. Oops, let's just stay in the right place. So, plane you're looking at on its way back to New York JFK. New York Newark. Don't get off the plane, folks. You're not going to JFK. That's Delta. That's a bit later on. Well, that's interesting, Keith Cornell, because the list I looked at, I'm sure it had Avianca at 2, not Czech. I thought Czech appeared at 4. But that's my point about social media, really. The provenance of some of these lists. I suppose it's theoretically possible that I have transposed the rankings. Good morning, Edinburgh Aviation. Crikey, bit of bird scaring. And hi to James Woolard. How you doing, pal? Abby, it'll be fantastic to catch up. Of course, you have featured in a stream before. we caught you, didn't we, when we first became acquainted, when you were catching a Heathrow flight. Still think that was one of my favourite streams. Most ridiculous weather at a fantastic airport with all kinds of things happening. But the weather that day was insane. Keith Cornell, don't worry, mate. I may well have confused myself. I was going to put a graphic up with the rankings, and then I thought, do I cut and paste it? Is there a copyright issue? And to be honest, I also ran out of time. All cards on the table. Yeah, I think Aberdeen is probably, Abby, more likely to be June, if I'm honest. It's because we've got to settle the final details on the Frankfurt-Munich trip, and me and Mrs. PSA are also going to Guernsey somewhere in May as well. And there'll be a short stream from Guernsey as well, folks, so it'd be more turboprops and bizjets, but for a taste of something different, we will be serving that up for you for a couple of hours. So May's looking quite compact or compressed, because obviously we've got jet blue here at Edinburgh. Although I rule nothing out. The good thing about Edinburgh is it fits like a glove with Aberdeen from a trip planning point of view. Watch this space. A lot of midges appearing. Vueling on the move, Loganair on the move. There's Loganair. Behind them, Vueling returning to, you guessed it, Barcelona. The Norwegian is off to, well, let's just pan back. So there's the Vueling. We'll stay with it while it makes its turn. Oops. And behind that we have the up for grabs Norwegian, just wanting a famous face to put on the back. In Finley, yes, BA's 50th. Wasn't that the 31st of March when they were formally rebirthed through the fusion of British European Airways, British Overseas Airways Corporation, is it Northeast Airlines or Airways, and I'd like to say Cambrian. I know there was basically 4 entities rolled into one, and I've got the 31st of March in my head for that. It's either that or it's somebody's birthday I should be remembering. So I'm not quite sure where this baby is going. See if I can quickly find that out before it starts rolling. I think we found when we were here Friday, things were running generally quite late. This might be the departure to Bergen, I think. Due out at 9:30. Where are we now? Yeah, Bergen. So 3 departures on the spin. Bye. Right, let's just loiter on the Vueling, the Barcelona Express. See, that'd be a cool place to stream from, I'm thinking. Although, that's me just hypothesising. So an absolute bundle of emoji action for that last Loganair departure. LW, Rab H, Gary Fleming, Simon Winder, Nick Gray and James Woolard, all giving Scotland's finest tartan a flourish. Next inbound is courtesy of Ryanair, a Max 8-200, inbound from Dublin, having departed, what, 40 minutes ago, something like 41 minutes ago. Bit of ATR action in the background, you can probably hear. So things ticking on nicely. So, source of the hairdryer is there. Welling just lining up. Sidewinder. I'd love to fly Loganair too. I've commented before on streams that I think their rates are a bit businessman priced. So I've yet to have the pleasure, but definitely like to do that. Sadly, we've just lost we will be losing the Aberdeen connection from Newcastle, and whereas I expect Eastern Airways to fill the void, they're even pricier businessman rates. So probably have to stay on the ambition list. Rab H says, yeah, Anchorage one day. Yeah, that would be off the chart cool. Off the chart. Do you know what, folks? And kudos to Big Jet Jerry, who I know was there recently. You go to the other side of the world and you want to share the experience with your supporters, and it's the I don't know, the vulnerability of what if I can't get a good signal? What if I can't hold a good signal? That kind of thing. It's an awful long way to go and learn the hard way. And as you say, expensive. Rab H, don't give up your day job. Jet A1 is fueling the fueling. I used to drive Eddie Crackers calling it fueling. It's welling, Dad. You sure? Just going to leave us long for a second while I quickly have a check on the juice. Right, Madrid. Madrid is hot in my thoughts because we have an A320, well, it's on your screen, an Iberia Express inbound from Madrid. I was hoping we were going to get the Mad for Madrid special livery. We saw it here last May. Thought it might be a nice touch from the ops team at Iberia to send it again. Right, Q3 on the way out, headed by this Norwegian 737 on its way back to Oslo.
I'm off to church.
You off to church?
Yeah, it starts at 10.
You coming back later?
Yeah, I'm not sure I'll be this side though, depends where the sun is.
The sun?
Sorry?
The sun, you think we're going to see any?
I read about it in a fable. See ya.
See you later, Dane. I'm not convinced we're seeing any sun, although it's quite pleasant. I'll take that. Tony Rivers, good morning to you, Tony. You're a bit earlier than you thought. Anyway, hope all is good. Let's have a little bit of taxiing Iberia. Right a bit, right a bit. There you go. EasyJet in the blocks next to go. And that will be a departure to London Gatwick, a baby bus A319. Just waiting the nod from ATC. So in the meantime, let's have a bit of this. Yeah, folks, I prefer the classic Iberia livery. This is one of those bland ones, isn't it? Renter design. Personal view. I mean, others may like it more, but if you say which do you prefer, I prefer the sort of its predecessor. That's just me firing off a single shot in case I don't get a chance to take another one. So you had a momentary pause. EasyJet still static. Right, showtime. And we'll get a final piece of it as it scurries by. Aer Lingus next in the blocks. But before we've got that, we've got United Airlines. United! Well into finals. Inbound from Chicago, having departed 7 hours 5 minutes ago. Aircraft 29 years of age. I don't think we're going to get much in the way of streamers today. I think atmospheric conditions have just moved away from that. But here you go. We'll see. I can see some. And of course we get to see this go. Ooh, hovered a bit there. I have to say, I have a soft spot for United Airlines. I always think their pilots are just so friendly. When it comes to waving at us when we're on the mound, I think as far as airlines go, they're head and shoulders top of the league. And bearing in mind, some airlines put a lot of planes through here every day. It says something when an airline that only has 3 active routes at the minute is top of the leaderboard. So Aer Lingus just lining up. They're going to have to wait because that 7.5 is going to take a bit of clearing. Oh, we're off. Doesn't need as much track. How's that guillotining going, Sarah Louise? Safely, I hope. Oh, what a beauty. What a beauty. think I'm going to give provisional plane of the day, or maintain still plane of the day, for the earlier United flight from New York Newark. I think the ribbons off that tip the balance. Bit of artistic decadence. Right, first Lufty of the show next inbound from Munich, an A320-200. I think it's just crossed the coast as we speak. It's certainly visual to me, but we'll stay with this thing of beauty as we hear those idling RB211s just feathering up now, to hoping this one will park up in front of us as per its predecessor. Right, how long dare I stay on this plane? I don't know. Now, so Munich, of course, one of the destinations we are planning to visit later this month, or possibly early June, along with Frankfurt. I'm not sure if they're finding a little bit of a breeze for the final sort of 10 foot or so. Notice the United arrival seemed to hover that little bit longer, and I think that was certainly the case with that Lufty. Glenn's Aviation Love says blue skies in Gloucestershire. I'd keep that to yourself, buddy. You might be exceeding your quota. Even the weather's on austerity in the UK. Austerity weather. Captain Sensible. Now there's a 80s vibe. I said captain. I said what? I said captain. I said what? I can't remember the rest of it, but I definitely had that record. Irish expat viewing from the centre of Poland. First Edinburgh stream. Captain Sensible, first and foremost, thank you for subscribing, and second as well, thanks for watching. Or should it be the other way around? Anyway, great to have you with us, buddy. Vislandia, good morning to you, Vislandia. Hope all is good. Some nice 757 emoji action for that 75 arrival as well. Rab H, Nell W, Gary Fleming. Right, let's just drive on down a bit. Sorry, I'm a bit behind on the chat. Oops, what's that say? Ian Finley says, cheapest return from Newcastle to Anchorage starts from... Return for 1,200 quid? That sounds ridiculously good. Oops. You can see I'm thinking about it. I fear from a streaming point of view, our relatively hand-to-mouth setup wouldn't be robust enough for a challenge like Anchorage. I think the number of sims that Jerry's got bonded probably makes him fairly bulletproof. But I have to be honest, it's a definite bucket list place. It's stunning. I'll have a look at that out of curiosity. But don't get your hopes up team. I don't see us doing a stream from Anchorage anytime soon. I've got Hong Kong and Singapore parked in front of that. When you think about it, there's so many great places to go and not enough time and money to do it all. I think I've said this a long time back on a stream. If ever I took a big Euro Millions win, I would do a global tour with a bizjet, be a Dassault, I think it'd be a 3000 LX probably. Lease it for a year and get myself around the world. I think you need a big Euro Millions win for that, and I'll bring you as many live streams as I can. Janine K, how goes it, Janine K? And I know folks that were in the show on Friday will know this on the chat, but we're also proud of Janine, who's been successful in being recruited by Lufthansa, who are topically on the screen. Bit of bird scaring in the background. The sky is a mystery here in LW. It's the thing I love and feel anxious about in equal measure. When I'm at Edinburgh, because as people say, don't they, you get 4 seasons in a day in Scotland quite often. Kind of makes it the compelling spectacle that it is, but if you want to stay dry, it definitely puts a few wrinkles on your brow. Let's face it, I don't need any more wrinkles, not enough room. Keith Cornell, does that mean the knotted hanky is coming out with your 6 days of 21 degrees weather in Chigwell? Can't see us getting 21 degrees in Northumberland. I don't know if Audrey MacDonald and Political Bias are still in the show. What do you think, if you are? Have we got a heat wave coming? Rab H wonders about the connection between Newcastle. I think it's, going back to Ian's comment, I think it was Ian, you connect through Schiphol and that's what gives you the other options. So at the minute that will be KLM, my favourite scheduled airline, to Schiphol, and then you'd pick up whatever other connection. I've got a feeling that might be Delta. I've got a feeling it might be a KLM Delta connection, but I stand corrected. So that'll be how the route works. No, we're not yet on a direct connection. Captain Sensible. I don't know if I'm... Actually, I probably am up for the windy day and some butt-clenching excitement. You only live once, although I would like to live a bit longer. So, just want to splice that. Keith Cornell, I think the US Air Force will probably have me bagged up as some kind of spy if I start filming those Raptors. Right, somebody's inbound. Ryanair. It's just across the coast, inbound from Copenhagen, departed 1 hour 31 minutes ago, a 2-year-old MAX 8. That's your next plane, folks. You see, Schiphol is such a great hub airport, and I think the Newcastle to Schiphol link is a real game changer in terms of fare prices. Otherwise you're sort of stuck with Heathrow, aren't you? Well, less floaty than the last two. Audrey says, hate the heat, cloudy at the moment. You sound like Mrs. PSA. She's not a supreme fan of the heat. I just want a bit of warmth. I'd take 21 degrees and sunny with a gentle breeze. That would be my perfect summer's day. Good chance of not getting sunburnt. Well, I've put sun cream on today, but I'm not entirely sure why. I suppose the sun's rays are doing its business, but the cloud is that thick. All the good sky is actually behind me to the north, to the west and across the front of the shot that you good people are getting from me. It's really heavy. I'll have a quick look in Meta in a minute, see what the ceiling's looking at. That was a smooth landing, Mohawk, Scotland. In all relative terms. I wondered if we get another floaty one, given we've had a couple of recent floaties, but it definitely wasn't floaty. Didn't slam it down either, of course. Nicely done. So good morning and a very warm welcome as well to anyone that has just joined the show that I've not yet said hi to or erroneously missed in the chat. Never do that on purpose. Welcome to Plane Sailing Aviation's Sunday live stream from Edinburgh Airport. I wanted to say Newcastle then for some reason. You normally find us in Edinburgh on a Sunday. So fantastic to be in your company. Always that respectful and earnest plea for a like. It helps us so much to get the likes early. Hopefully you're enjoying what you see. And if you're not yet subscribed to the channel, both likes and subs are entirely free and help us massively. Anyway, I said it'd be a gentle plea, so if somebody could just let me know what the current likes figure is, because I can't see it on my screen. Ridiculously. So Mohawk Scotland says we've got a cloudy week, Edinburgh, well for the week ahead, as long as it's dry. Oops. It's an interesting point you make, Tony Rivers, about moving northwards for a kinder climate. Me and Mrs. PSA found that when we moved from Leicestershire up to Northumberland. It's generally windier or breezier, but it's the better for it. It really is. Much as I love my former town of Shepshed, don't know if you're still in the show, Webbo, but loved it there. But I love it more in Northumberland. Tony Rivers, you were looking to move again onwards to Iceland. You see, that's global warming for you. It's everywhere. Oh dear, that's made me smile. It's a bit like trying to find a cold side on your pillow, isn't it, when the weather warms up? It's a constant quest and you never quite find what you want. EasyJet in the background. Where could that be going? Let's find out, shall we? In fact, let's have a ride with it. This baby is off or returning to Copenhagen. A 320 Neo, which we saw arrive short-ish while ago. G&K has got the EasyJet emoji deployed in readiness for departure. There's a lot of houses gone up in the background there. Must be a fair-sized development. Audrey, thanks for confirming. 180 likes up, so 180! Although only 15 with Rab. Keith Cornell, 177. It's a movable feast. We'll take 180, so hopefully there's at least 20 great folks in the show who want to show us a bit of free support by hitting the like button. Get us north of that 200. That'd be great. No rush on this departure. I think the pilot is showing solidarity with us. Doesn't want to go until we've celebrated 200. Oh, what's this? Les Donaldson has been off the leash following Falkirk's trophy celebrations. Oh dear. Might still be out. Excellent stuff though. Congratulations to Falkirk. Hope Les's head isn't banging too much. Well, just a little bit perhaps. Enough for him to know that he's celebrated it all properly. Figuring this will be a turn and burn. James Willard with an EasyJet emoji tail fin, ready for departure. Yeah, I turn my pillow, Keith Cornell, a lot in the night. I like a cool one. Yeah, that cloud ain't risen that much, has it? A bit. This I was going to check Meta, didn't I? I think that's my cue to do so. So, check I'm not going to miss anything. I'm on telescope 9, of course, so we can't possibly risk a faux pas. Good morning to anyone just joining. Welcome to Edinburgh. Tony Rivers 183. Thank you for liking, mate. Much appreciated. Deborah Speller, the reference to 180. I love the dart emoji. 180! Oh yes. Gary Fleming's got 184. Sarah Louise, 33. If only I were 33. It's an absolute bingo machine of numbers, isn't it? And I can't even see anything. And good morning to Akiri Cat 13 Dreamweaver. Hello to see you. Exactly as Nell says. Great to see you, in fact. Glenn's Aviation Love. I think Falkirk went up in proper style, whereas I'm delighted that Leicester City got promoted champions, but not convincing champions. They were looking like convincing champions at one point, but I think they're going to have to spend quite a lot of money in the summer if they're going to prosper in the Prem. Just saying. Blinking out. 27 wins and 9 draws. That must be Falkirk we're talking about. Audrey McDonald. You're leading the charge, Audrey. 193 likes, 7 more for 200. Nell says, drum roll. I need to get a drum roll onto the broadcast box just for these moments. Can we get to 200 before the next plane takes off? Well, that's the other question, isn't it? We need a plane to take off. Let's have a look. Let's consult the good citizens of... All right, Adrianian, says Rab. Sorry, cross wires there for me. So British Airways due out at 10:15 to London Heathrow. Oh, I see some high-vis people on the stairwell of that aircraft. They got the boot open. Have a quick swallow of water. To stay hydrated in these arduous conditions. So yeah, this plane should be the one I think that's departing. I could actually see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 British Airways aircraft. I know one of those is off to London City at 12:05. Which I'm assuming, by the naked eye, is that one, yeah, the Embraer 190. So that should go at 12:05. So it's the British Airways lottery. In fact, let's do a drive-by. So this is the one that I believe ought to be going next, but that doesn't look like it's going anywhere for the next 15-20 minutes minimum. There's this one. Loganair mixing it up a little bit. Another BA. Parking charges must be reasonable here. Canal Kurdistan, good morning to you. Scenic Edinburgh, it really is. Hope you are keeping well. Haven't quite got the iconic views of a clear set of Pentland Hills in the background, but it ain't too shabby. And if I go the other way, I think I've got enough slack, but I'll probably pick up the ground radar. It ain't go much more. You've got the Almond River behind. Honestly, I wasn't kidding earlier on when I said I love being here. What can I show you this way? I can't quite pick up the bridge. Anyway, Summit Throaty is overhead, but I can't get anywhere near it with the density of cloud cover. Now that was the thing I was supposed to be checking, wasn't it? So the ceiling at the minute has lifted a bit to 3,500 feet, so it has been incrementally working up. Visibility at 10 kilometres plus. A bit of scattered cloud at 1,000 feet. More over that side, I think, than this. Just going to take the camera for a drive. I was wondering what that was. Sorry, that's going to be a bit hazy, which isn't going to help get the reg. Not listed to go out today, so sadly we're not going to get a closer exploration of it. Oh, 200 likes, and Ground Ops have just fired off some celebration. There you go. Let's do some fireworks as well. Go on. You know you want it, Mark. Carl Shield. Well, just seen you walking away from YouTube. Well, if you come back, look forward to seeing you, mate. Good morning, Dopey Gorp. How goes it, pal? Dreamweaver, it is 10:19. 10:19. Although for some reason it feels a lot earlier. Looks like the whole is still open on that one, so maybe that isn't the next to go. I noticed on Friday when we were here, when I got back to the car anyway, I was having a look through flight radar, and there seems quite a few late departing planes. Ian Finley says we've got an E190 on finals. Great shout, Ian. Thinking what we need is a bit of aviation action. It's definitely what we the traditional approach to plane spotting. Air France inbound. And of course, as we've remarked upon in recent weeks, summer season favouring the Embraer 190. I think this is a long range, if memory serves me correct, whereas they were running the A220 through the winter. The 220 holding 148 seats, these configured for 100. So interesting messaging in there. Ooh la la. We definitely need an Air France tail fin for the emoji set. We really do. So I don't think that bird scaring is working out particularly well. Sorry, ops team, but you might have to fire off a few more shells. Oh, Dopey Gorp has celebrated 12 months with Plane Sailing Aviation. Absolutely excellent, buddy. And of course, you've been with us from the very beginning. In fact, before the very beginning, as I like to often reminisce. So we'll get some fireworks on for you momentarily. Might be able to do that now, actually. Thank you, buddy. And a very good morning to Derek Wilson. How you doing, Derek? Hope all is well. That's me trying to pan with my nose. I think I need to work on that technique a bit more. I need a startup somewhere, but I can't see who the likely candidate is. Imam Solin? Imam, welcome to Edinburgh. I think you joined us on Friday, didn't you? If memory serves me correct. So, awesome support, buddy. Oh, that bizjet I had the camera on. Is that a Gulfstream 450? Echo Juliet, Sierra, Charlie, Oscar Tango. Thanks, Lloyd, on that. I don't think we get to see it go, though, do we? God, that would be fantastic if we did. So, oops, I got given the dummy there by Air France. They gave me the eyes. I went to the left, they went to the right. So that arrival got some ooh la la from Nell W, Sarah Louise and Rab H. I think I'm up to date with my ooh la las. Ooh la la. Imam is in Jakarta, and we were talking about Indonesia earlier in the show. And I think it's you, Imam, that Nell W was talking about having joined us on Friday. So it's great to have viewers with us in Indonesia. It really is. Yeah, Rab H has he stole a yard or two on his 12 months. We've taken it back off you, Rab. What did you say you were? 16th of May? Oh, dearie me. YouTube had just been mucking too many of our community about recently, which is a real embarrassment to me that happens, but there you go. Fislandia, see you next time. Off to do the ironing. I can't believe I've lost out to the ironing, although a very essential task. Definitely. Anyway, it's been my pleasure to share the planes and to hang out. So catch you soon. Right, so what do we think shaping up next in? We've got another ooh la la moment. Ryanair though, this time, rather than Air France, with their inbound Paris-Beauvais flight, a Max 8-200 that isn't even a year old, categorised brand new by Flight Radar. I'm sure if they were Part Xing it, the dealership would beat them down on that claim, but technically brand new. Signwinder, love it. Live stream ironing is highly underrated. I'm just trying to imagine the mayhem that would ensue if I was attempting to iron and live stream. It works okay when I'm painting, at least in patches, pun intended. No W, you wouldn't want me doing your ironing, you really wouldn't. So we have another ooh la la from Dreamweaver, and that will be very topical as well when we get our second French connection of the show in small minutes. Ian Finley showing a bit of class, another person who can iron and watch the live. I'm starting to feel very inadequate. No W. Ooh la la is certainly not created to celebrate my appearance on camera. Oh, you get a great laugh here. Good stuff. Good stuff. Right. I don't think I got in view on Friday, did I? With battery gate or charger cable gate. The Beauvais arrival seems to have dropped one back on the queue because we have, oh no, I got excited. It's an SAS flight that's overflying us in Star Alliance livery. My voice picked up a couple of octaves there because I thought, yeah, we're getting a Star Alliance in. I think we have got Star Alliance United in a bit. So next in is definitely the Ryanair, pursued up the track by KLM with an Embraer 190 standard. So they're your next two arrivals. What can I see transponding on the ground? British Airways are now bleeping away. So let's see if it's the plane I thought it was. No, ain't that one then, is it? I don't think. Can't see the beacon by the naked eye. Tell you what, I did say 12 degrees here earlier. It's got a little bit cooler, a little bit cooler. That's a good point, Lloyd Bell. SAS, Scandinavian Airlines, getting rid of the Star Alliance liveries in favour of SkyTeam. Yeah, very topical. Collector's item. And good morning to ShareBear79. Welcome to Edinburgh Airport. I'm Mark. And for anybody else that wonders who's doing the chit chat, that's who it is. Hope you're having a great Sunday, although some parts of the world probably nearer to being Monday, isn't it? Bank holiday weekend here in the UK, which, as UK residents will know, generally is shorthand for the weather failing to wow. Well, except in Chigwell, Keith Cornell has 21 degrees, which I think is the new wow level for tropical UK temperatures. Waving that Doha departure off this morning to 30 degrees type temps. In fact, I looked it up yesterday, and even 2 in the morning, Doha was 28 degrees, that kind of temperature. Can you imagine living in such a place without air conditioning? I suppose you'd get used to it. You'd want more than a glass of water in the night though, wouldn't you? So for anybody who's just joined the show, finishing today about 1:35 with the Delta Airlines 767 departure to New York JFK. We've got Qatar Airways arriving with their A350, scheduled for 1:10 I think last we knew it was shaping more towards a 1:45 arrival, something in that region, but it hadn't really got far into Central European airspace at the time, so anything can happen. And we've also got some United Airlines 757 action. I'm sure we've got one of those in Star Alliance livery. We are awaiting the inbound Washington flight, and I think that is the plane that has Star Alliance livery on it. Can't wait for that one. Saw it on Friday, of course. It was the Chicago flight then. Obviously gets about. Right, I can see somebody on finals. That'll be the KLM Embraer 190 inbound from Amsterdam Schiphol. Tony Rivers has got 15 degrees C forecast in Fife. Well, at least it'll stop you from emigrating to Iceland, Tony. They tell me the cost of living there is pretty pricey. Scenic, but pricey. Scenically pricey. But then again, Scotland's pretty scenic, isn't it? So am I right, Rab H, in thinking that you might have to park up your monster bike ride tomorrow for the weather? Oops, concentrate on what you're doing, Mark. I'm panning, scrolling, I'm managing neither. Ian Finley, thank you so much for confirming that United Airlines 757 is just about to line up behind this inbound telescope prospect that is this. I nearly forgot we had an incoming aircraft. Smiley Dolphin, next one in. Ooh, flirting with a float. in the moment, you always think, has the pilot seen something and is he about to toga it? I mean, the conditions are extremely benign. Looks like we've got a bit of Ryanair etiquette going on here. Can't whack a bit of civility with the Beauvais flight having to give way to sister aircraft, which is on its way to Dublin. That one. Plane you were looking at, a MAX 8-200, barely a year old, 13, 14 months. It's a mere sprog. United Airlines, next one in. Let's just check they've not swapped on me. Won't be the first time. And that we have got Star Alliance inbound. And we have. So, inbound plane, November 14120. Inbound from Washington, departed 6 hours 47 minutes ago. The aircraft itself being 26 years of age, decked out in Star Alliance livery. This could be my new plane of the day. I love the ribbons on the New York Newark arrival, plus the plane, which was 7.5 as well. But special livery, you know what I'm like. Fickle. Can't get on it as quickly as I wanted, so I'm just going to hold us there for a second. Let's try it again. Let's go quicker. Nope. There we go. Six and a bit hours doesn't really seem enough, does it, to get to Washington? Ah, some ribbons. Oh, I can smell a bit of Jet A1 as well. Kind of surprised, really. Anyway, let's do the RB11s. Let them do the talking. Ryanair currently holding short further up the track for their Dublin departure. Just watching for the British Airways pushback. They've just pushed back for London Heathrow, but not yet turned. So I think that's where we'll go for the minute, and we'll pick up the Star Alliance in a mo. So there's your British Airways departure. Somebody else on finals. Cool, tempo's building nicely. So as always, folks, if you're enjoying what you see, please do smash the like button for Plane Sailing Aviation. And if you're not yet subscribed, join our community. Entirely free, both of those things. Inbound plane is a Ryanair. We seem to be in the Ryanair phase of the show. 15 years of age, 737-800, departed Brussels an hour and a quarter ago. That is your next plane. Oh, we're back to some decent vapours. Stop right there. I like the look of this better. My plane of the day. Still all to play for though. We've still got Qatar Airways with a 350 Delta. We've seen once already. We'll get to see twice by end of show. Next inbound is going to be an EasyJet from Bristol. And that'll be an A320-200. British Airways now moving forward to take up their place in the queue. Favourite snack? Akira Cat 13 Dreamweaver. I'm on all the locale stuff, so the one I tend to favour the most is these little Sorin snack bars. They're very light on calories and stuff, but I'm at that age now where I've genuinely got to watch what I have, so that's what I usually bring. I ain't brought them today though for some reason. I think Abby may have shot onto her next thing. I'm not sure if that's horse riding or flying lesson, but sorry I'm behind on the chat team. Anyway, have fun. Oop, telescope alert. Sorry I'm behind on the chat team. I will pick my feet up shortly. Final gaze before it goes out of view of that 757 arrival. Right, let's get on to the departing Ryanair. That one seems to have been here for an age. It is off to Dublin. Not a long flight, of course. Our Abby was a riding lesson. Have great fun, Abby. Stay safe though. A bit dangerous for me, that. No, W, you know it. It's one of those planes that's taken quite a long time to go. So yes, has a high telescope potential as a missed aviation movement. Anyone new to the show, it's an award that I pick up too many of. I've missed 9 so far this year, so I've got 9 telescopes to my name, 10 triggers of forfeit, which we still haven't ironed out. There's our inbound EasyJet. British Airways shortly to line up. As soon as it starts moving, I will swing us round to the left. In fact, let me just do that now. If only they shuffled the deck a little bit better. That is quite a nice apron. Just needs something stylish in between the KLM and the Ryanair, and the British Airways Embraer needs moving a bit to the left. Talking of British Airways moving, the Heathrow flight is now moving. Ladies and gentlemen, your departure to Heathrow is now on the roll. Rob H says, a walk to the top of the 4th rail bridge. That makes my knees knock. That really does, Rab. So if folks don't know about the 4th rail bridge, just open a tab up on your browser, don't leave the show, and just Google it. You can see it when we stream from the opposite side of the airfield when we cover runway 06. Here we've got our backs to it. It's a splendid piece of engineering. One of the most eye-catching pieces of structural engineering I've seen, I think, in the UK. The road bridges aren't too shabby either. Yeah, that's not a full plane, is it? EasyJet next to go. Squeezy jet. Off to Corfu. Yeah, I'll have a piece of that. Never been to Corfu. Rhodes, not Corfu. Oh, Rab H, it's a lift, is it? That sounds slightly better. That's a doable thing, is it? I quite fancy doing that, actually. Doesn't sound like a forfeit when you put it like that. I found when I was driving over the Forth Road Bridge and being in awe of that, as I've said on a number of streams, looking at the rail bridge was even more stunning. I thought, I've got to find a way of coming back here and taking some pictures. Hold that thought. Eileen Baldwin, good morning to you. So, EasyJet in the blocks. James Woolard has the EasyJet emoji deployed. Oop. Here we go. Ryanair pushing back over on the far side. So there's the Ryanair I mentioned. So departing aircraft also got some emoji action from RabH and LW. Tony Rivers just taking the dog out for a walk. Excellent. Catch you in a bit, Tony. Right, so the Ryanair that I've got you locked onto is off to Nantes. Ooh la la! Indeed, an LW. Tell you what, that's just me blowing on my hands. I'm still not wearing a coat, so oh, what's going on here? I see a very slow moving fire tender. Can't be anything too troublesome. What that's all about. guessing that I've took my eye off the ball. That's the Beauvais Ryanair arrival. Might be wrong. Lufty pushing back, that I can see. Interesting. It's a shame the ground shelves over the other side of the runway, but the Ryanair departure to Nantes is still holding at the intersection, so must be something else blocking things up. Let's just quickly pivot you onto the Lufty pushback. In fact, actually, I'm going to put you where I should have left you. Just in case we get any wiser with this. Don't think we are in that perspective. So the Lufty I had you on, thanks NLW, off to Munich. Still deboarding. NLW smoke alarm in the dunny. Anecdotal as it is, it always seems to be in the galley, does it not, when there's any of these kind of mini dramas? Although I think in this case, as the fire tender has now vacated, so I think we'll track onto the Lufty departure for Munich. Kiki Mimi, hello to you in Abu Dhabi. Thank you for joining the show and being subscribed to the channel. I'm Mark, pleased to meet you. Hope you're having a good day and welcome to Edinburgh. Right, I think the Ryanair departure to Nantes is now shaking a leg. Oh, might be an optical illusion. Heat haze off the engines. There we're moving. You know, I may have to give in and put my coat back on. That'll feel like a bit of a defeat. Ooh, Mohawk Scotland, I feel your pain. Cancelled. Did they give you any explanation? Oh, Kiki Mimi says Nantes is home base. Awesome. Good morning, Emma. Gate 24. always try to provide a bit of entertainment. I'm thinking, Emma, that I can't see gate 24 this side. I think we're all low gate numbers, aren't we, over here? Probably to mid-teens or something like. Do correct me if I'm wrong. And you're off to Belfast. Is that EasyJet or Aer Lingus? And the next question is, which side of the plane do you think you're going to be sat on? Are you going to be able to shine a light at the window for us? Do love those moments. Have a great trip though. Yes, I think now it looks like it's parking up. I'm surprised it's been allowed to move as early as it has. I say early as it has. It was due to go out at 20 to 11. Must have slipped its original flight plan. Anyway, Lufthansa are going to provide the motion action. We love a lufty at Plane Sailing Aviation. So Louise, catch you in a bit. So it rather looks like the next two movements are going to be departures, this being one of them. Ryanair with an Nantes service, almost certainly the other. Thank you, LW. We've got the SAS inbound, Scandinavian Airlines with an Airbus A320-200 coming our way. Good stuff. EasyJet for Emma. Round the corner, yeah. I didn't think we'd get your gate, but which side of the plane you on? That's the $64 million question. Oh, here we go. I've got your messages just pointed up. You'll be the opposite side. Don't worry about it. Main thing is you're watching the show, and it's great to know that someone watching the show is going to be on a plane that we're going to be waving off. So, yeah, thanks for sharing that. All about the human interest at Plane Sailing Aviation. We love our planes, but if we know people on the planes, it makes it even more fun. Right, inbound then, Scotland's finest, bearing down the Firth of Forth. Inbound from Southampton in, you guessed it, an Embraer ERJ 145, yep. Been in the air for just about an hour, and the plane itself, 23 years of age. That's going to be your next aviation action, really, because this Lufthansa is not going to get anywhere near out the traps before the incoming plane arrives. All right. Scotland's finest are in the house. We'll pick that one up in a minute. Lufty, also holding, won't be holding for long. Let's just park that there. Actually, I lie, that SAS arrival that Nell referenced is now visual. Good day, Mark Pearce in Queensland, Australia. And Lynn Durinimans. Sorry, Lynn, I won't pronounce your surname as you would. But anyway, welcome to the show. Philip Borin, hello to you. Right, I think I've caught up with new joiners. Yeah, it would be, if you're on the right hand side of the plane, Emma, we'll see you. We'll see a little bit of both sides as the plane brings itself out, but probably not sharp enough for me to pick you up. So the inbound SAS flight on finals, inbound from Stockholm. Thanks, Nell. Bit of hover. No bother hover. I do think it's an artistic faux pas to have those engine cowlings painted red. What do folks think? I wouldn't have done it that way. Says Mark, nobody's artistic director. Right, Lufty shuffling up front of the queue. As soon as the track clears, this baby is going. Emma's left hand on taxi, row 22. We'll see what we can do, but I think it's not going to work, is it, in terms of the takeoff position? Ooh, we're off. There was me just about to check something in the setup. No time. Keith Cornell, I've just seen your farewell message, mate. Thanks for joining us and have a great day. Jamie Miller, how goes it, Jamie Miller? Don't worry, mate, I never got to see it either. So Keith's in the garden. At least you got the weather for it. Say about making hay while the sun shines. Alrighty, let's have a quick look around the deck. So what is transponding and going to be giving us something to look at? United Airlines are already showing for their... Oh, hang on a minute. Stop the bus. Reverse the bus. Nell W, you're just too kind to us. You're just such a long-time friend of the channel, moderator, superstar personality, and speed knitter of Olympic talent. And you've just gifted us 5 memberships to support the work of the channel. Thank you so much. Let's put the camera on something. Mark's having a wobbly moment. How's that one? That's not. Let's take a quick snap of that. I like my apron scenes. Nell, thank you so much. These, oh, my knee. Ooh. Dear me, I can't get down. I can't get down to put the fireworks on. Here we go. Absolutely awesome. I'm not joking, my knee absolutely said no then. I think I must have just been holding a position, a bit like this one. Go on, you made him wait long enough. Time to let him go. Anyway, who got these memberships? So let's have a look. I can see more of me on the screen than the actual words. Ulico, Paul Beaumont, Ken Edwards, Vislandia, who we've seen earlier in the show. Excellent. Polly UK. Come on, is that 5 names? It is 5 names. Come on down. Welcome aboard to Plane Sailing Aviation. You're just first class. Kofi didn't work for some reason. Was that the link, Nell, that didn't work out of curiosity? Skating Banana, welcome back Skating Banana. I love your handle, I really do. But yeah, lovely to see you. And Dopey Gorp has very generously gifted a membership as well. Kevin Joy being the recipient. You can hear a start up there. What is it? 11:05. Just going to loiter us at this end of the bus. Right, fireworks for Dopey Gorp. Oh, I've gone back down to purgatory again. Dopey Gorp, you are a PSA legend. Right, telescope warning to Mark. Ian Finley says, EasyJet on finals from Amsterdam Schiphol. I'm on it. Oh, thanks Nell W. At least the link is, hang on a minute. What's going on here? Dopey Gorp, you're a rascal. A further gift of a membership. Let's do the fireworks now. Before I get confused. Right, so that went to Chris Ward. I think I'll throw a membership on in a bit as well. Don't want to be left out. Might be a little bit too soon for that. Tell you what, let's look at our plane statue. Just for 10 seconds or so. Vislandia has completed half the ironing. Half time, and you've got a gifted membership too. Get the kettle on. Celebratory brew. That would be total music right now, the click of the kettle. First thing I'll do when I get in, kettle on, pot of tea. Marky, put the kettle on. Marky, put the kettle on. I do love that Neo logo. Don't care at all for their EasyJet Holidays logo or their Europe car thingamadoodle, but the Neo logo just looks classy. Right, what am I showing you? What am I showing you? I don't know. What am I doing? Where's that Embraer gone? I'm sure that was an Embraer. Although I didn't think that was due to go till 12 o'clock. Oh, no, it must be the second London City flight then. Or it's an arrival. No. Anyway, I'm chatting out my hat. Due to go at 10 past 11. The Embraer 190 that you are looking at the minute. 13 years of age. It is the standard option. Registered Golf Lima Charlie Yankee Oscar. Dopey Gulp, are you getting tactical with your gifting and memberships? I don't take much catching out. Oh man. Yes, Nell, you're right. Well, you're the best. You're all the best. Love you all to bits, folks. You are class. Absolutely class. So plenty of EasyJet emoji action. Dopey Gulp, Nell W, HCC, and a hat trick of Neos from Rab H. Excellent. I was going to put the camera back on that taxiing EasyJet, but British Airways beat me to the punch. Vislandia, it is, well, very overcast. Got a slight nip to it, but I'm not wearing a coat, so 12 degrees I think was the forecast. Kind of feels like 12 degrees, but I think 20 minutes ago I was half tempted to put the coat back on, but no, I'm still coatless. Not quite as heroic as I'm making it sound, because I'm wearing a thick fleece, a thin fleece, a Leicester City shirt and some Under Armour. So I'm not quite the tufty that I might be trying to crack on. So by the time this plane gets to London City, they'll be open for business. The Peacock strikes back. Good morning to you. Welcome to Edinburgh. Hope you're keeping well. So what is the likes count, team? Because obviously I can't see my likes, so I'll do the gentle plea for likes. So if you've yet to show us a bit of kind support with a like and a sub, be a great moment to do so. To be fair, looking at Visandia's point about Scotland in May, I think a dry day is worth a cool day but dry. I'll take that all day every day at the minute. I'm bored of heavy rain. Alright, what's made that noise? I better check. Diddle-it-did. Rab H. Rab H. What can I say? What can I say? In fact, there's all sorts happening. Hang on a minute, I'm not keeping up. So, I'm going to scroll down a bit more gently. There is firework moments, and I can't pan. Oh, I'm overloading. Having the time of my life. So, Lynn Derrymains. I hope I've said your name correctly. Lynn. Oh, dearie me. I'm trying to pan. There's the plane gone. Oh, there it is. Very kindly gifted £5 through Kofi, which of course means we get to keep all of it, which is nice, and says thanks for our hard work. Thank you so much for watching, Lynn. Awesome support, and at Plane Sailing Aviation, fireworks are the way we celebrate, virtual ones. We are on a budget, you know. Here we go. Plane slipping away from me. Lynn, we love you to bits, thank you so much, but I need to stay focused because I've also seen something else land, if I can just get with it. All that bleeping. Still here. I'm just trying to make sure I'm not missing anything, because sometimes things drop through in back to front ways. Lynn, WestJet isn't starting for, I think, another couple of weeks, definitely not due this week. Your son is cabin crew and lives in Calgary. That is awesomely cool. I don't know if Lloyd Bell is still in the show. Oh, cripes. There's something on finals. Better do that. Looks like an EasyJet to the naked eye. So it is. I think WestJet are not next week, but the week after. I think they've got a couple of routes. So your son's on, excuse me, on the Calgary, or lives in Calgary, so I guess we'll be doing the Calgary route more often than not. We are hoping to be back here for one, if not both, of the WestJet resume services. One hell of a cool livery. Iberia Express have pushed back, not quite express pace. Next departure is that Ryanair to, no it's not, it's still holding, it's British Airways. I'll tell you what, Mohawk Scotland, wouldn't a Dash 8 be a dashing addition to the scene here at Edinburgh? And not just because Nell W's gifted some memberships. Just a bit of variety. I think though, when we do the Guernsey stream that we're hoping to do, relatively short one, those of you that love bizjets and turboprops should come away happy. So we'll just track back with this recently arrived EasyJet from Paris, Charles de Gaulle. If I can keep the camera level enough. I'm trying to... Oh, thanks, Lloyd. Calgary, 13th of May. Toronto, 15th of May. Yeah. Nice one, Lloyd. Islandia, I'd not heard about Schiphol with a nighttime ban, but I'm not entirely surprised. They recently aggravated a number of their carriers, including Delta, with talk about restricting flight numbers, didn't they, as part of their need to get somewhere near on CO2 emissions. And then kind of, if I've understood correctly, backtracked a little bit. Oop. Ryanair are lining something up. What are they lining up? What are they lining up? Let's find out what they're lining up. It's that nonce departure. $250 likes up. Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much. Let's see if we can ascend the next peak in our journey. 300 likes. If you've yet to hit the like button, want to show a bit of love and kindness to a small channel, hit the like, hit the sub, hit the notification bell. Yeah, no, it makes sense. And of course we do have memberships as well. That's if you click on the little dollar sign under the chat. It's only $1.99 a month. Far less than a magazine. Anyway, no hard sell on that one. You're a sophisticated audience. You can decide what's best for you. Here we go. This plane has been around for a while here, it feels. This is number 2 in the queue, but is a bit more exotic than the Ryanair that is in front of it. Humble view. Right, Emma, I will be watching out for your taxiing departure to Belfast. In Finley, cloud cover is going to banjax any prospect of catching an overfly. I mean, my lack of aptitude at that is its own thing, but nah, total cloud cover and dense at that. So we'll watch out for Emma. Linda Cooper, welcome back. Cooking pizzas. Just the thing, really. Cup of tea and a pizza. Hope the day's going quickly for you. So look at this, rapid taxiing KLM. No slouches, are they? So I think I'll drop my gifted membership in at 300 likes. We might as well put it on a momentous moment, so don't let me miss it, team. Bit of Ryanair emoji action from Nell W and Raya Beach. I'll keep an eye out for Emma's plane. Good morning, Helsinki spotting. tripped over my own echo in the headset. So no W and HGC with some KLM emoji action. Not the next plane to go though. Iberia Express is that plane. That one. As soon as the skies clear a bit more. Here we go, folks. Ah, Emma's plane. So we might see a bit of Emma. Row 22. I've got no way of counting these dots. Let's just go a bit further back. Anyone see a light? Shine a light on me. Oh, hang on. I thought I saw something then, but anyway, have a great trip, Emma. KLM lined up next, but we're going to stay with Emma. Oh, somebody's done something amazing. Another great friend of the channel has just dropped an amazing 5 gifted memberships. Rab H, come on down, buddy. You're such a great friend. I don't know what to say. Do not know what to say. Fireworks pending. I think we'll hold the fireworks till this KLM departure is in the sky. Nope, not going to wait long. KLM don't like hanging about. Rab's fireworks. Come on down, here we go. I see, Rab, you are off on the bike. Happy cycling, pal. Stay safe, and thank you again so much for your awesome support, pal. Hope you didn't bolt your lunch though. Don't get indigestion on the road. Anyway, who got them? James, John Stockton, Liberator 74, and Tobias A, and Derek. Come on down, one and all. If you are in the show, please do say thanks to your benefactor, although he's just about to head out on the bike. Planes and trains, happy days. I do like that kind of shot. I think I might have mentioned that 1,000 times. The Ryanair you're looking at, 15 years of age, off to Prague. Bislandia thought there was a hand waving too. I'm sure I'm gonna have to watch that one back. I think you're right, Bislandia. and we get another peak. So Emma is all lined up and ready to go. Scottish content creators, I think that is roughly where I saw the wave from. I don't know if Icelandia was looking at that point as well. It just seemed quite promising. Trouble is, when you're watching on a sort of 1.5 by 3 inch monitor, you don't quite get the same perspective. And Dopey Gorp also thought that was where he'd seen a light. Philip Borin, the tower here is, I think, exquisite. We've got something similar at Newcastle with that sort of pepper pot type design, wasted pepper pot. It's a beauty. They light it up as well, purple, overnight. It looks stunning. Looks like we've got a runway check on the go. Either that or the safety car is out. I'll let them get on with that. Give me opportunity to have a look over here. So what is transponding? What is moving? What is grooving? We've got United on their way to Chicago. In fact, that is going to be the next show and tell moment for the show. There you go. If you like your flying pencils, you're with the right channel. And if you don't like the flying pencil, there's always the possibility of a 767 or an A350 before we go off air. So, all good. Tony Rivers is back from walking the dog. Excellent. Oh, Emma Baldwin. Yes, do give us a toot next time we're live and you're driving. Very cool. Very, very cool. Right, I think kind of caught up. Now since we've got an Airbus 319 from London, Gatwick I'm guessing, 3 minutes out. It's not yet punctured the cloud from my perspective. So we'll stay with this beautiful, very beautiful 29-year-old aircraft. November 13113. I don't know, it's probably a question for Lloyd, but I know there's other knowledgeable people in the show as to when United plan to start operating the A321 on this route. I know they're starting to receive aircraft, but in terms of tasking plans, I'm not entirely sure. Paul Redden, good morning to you. Tony, you've anaesthetised your dog. You can't beat a nice walk, can you, just to get the drowsiness in you, particularly when you come back into the warm. Although it's not that bad, is it? Right, Akira Cat 13 Dreamweaver, thank you so much for joining us. Get some quality Zs in. See you next time. Talking of next time, I've not mentioned next time, have I? So, Inked in Sunday show from Edinburgh. And in terms of what we do midweek, Friday at the minute is a pencil in. We might shuffle that one about. Need a bit of a strategic think, because there's quite a lot of Edinburgh-based action in not so much next week but the following week, and therefore we want to get the right balance of bringing you the right stuff at the right time. We don't want to show you the same movements on too many consecutive days. If you want that level of repetition, you can generally find that somewhere else, which, you know, it's not really what we do, is it? We're being a smaller airport. And of course, making sure you are entertained is what it's all about for us, no question. We've got some really interesting new routes popping in, or resumption of routes over the next few weeks here. So we're not going to go poor. Tasty action. Ooh, smooth as silk. John Kenneth Williams. Good afternoon, John. Hope Sunday is going well for you. Right, United are lining up, so I suppose I shouldn't dally. Heartthrob plane, heartthrob. On its way to the Windy City. Icelandia, we've yet to land that trip yet. It's still on my objectives list. I don't know if Alibi is still got it on his. I know we talked a lot about it last year, and it's definitely on my to-do before we stop doing aviation live streaming. Horizon. I love iconic stuff. I think it's just about landing the right ticket price, combi. Everything at the minute is kind of biased towards Frankfurt and Munich later this month, early June. There we go, pedal to the metal, RB211s. I was severely tempted, and I know Lloyd Bell went, and maybe there's a few more of you that are in the show, when Loganair retired the Saab 340B and they had some kind of event at Glasgow. I think you could pay 80, 90 quid or something like that. I've forgotten what it is, to have a final flight. I never did it, and I wished I had. John Kenneth Williams, sunny Benidorm for you. Nice one, John. Working on that tan. You'd be working hard to get a tan here. So thanks, Lloyd Bell. It looks like United are committed to the 757 on this route for the next 12 months, which would be fantastic. I'm in no rush to see them swap. So the plane that we're tracking in with, that is the recently arrived 320 from London Luton. Might be our first London Luton of the show. Ooh, Eileen, that's interesting. A330 on Tuesday from Madrid. Who's operating that? Is that a Iberia flight or something else? Do tell. That is nice. I think I'll check back at the ranch, but if I can do it, I think I'll do it. Quite fancy that. But yeah, whose paint's on the plane? Look at that, it's an EasyJet snapshot. Oh, blow me, British Airways have just cramped it. I was just about to hit the trigger on a still. A trio of EasyJets. Oh right, question from Linda. I'm sorry, Linda, I've missed. So let me go up. I'm thinking that's Linda Cooper. You're off on Sunday. Yes, please, Linda. Let's say yes to that. Let's nail it down. See you next Sunday. Sorry I missed your question. I just got the ragged edge of my multitasking potential. Thinking, panning and scrolling the chat. Yeah, it'd be fun. It'd be lovely to catch up. Bring the sunshine though. I'm associating you with sunny spring sunshine streams. That was a fabulous Wednesday, wasn't it? Oopsie. Keep up, Mark. Keep panning. Thanks, Dopey Gorp, as well. That was a great bit of modding. Keep me on track. It's a thankless task. Oh, now the chat's just jumped. Lloyd's just asking the question about the 330. I know Iberojet operate 330s because we saw some at, I'm pretty certain, at Madrid. I think we've seen the Iberojet A320 here before. I think this time last year actually, give or take, or April or thereabouts. Certainly got a couple of photographs of it as we track with our Air France Embraer 190 long range, returning to Paris Charles de Gaulle. Ooh la la indeed. Oh, that's interesting, Skatey Banana. I'm 58 years of age and I always assumed that Chicago was the windy city because it was just always windy. I never realised it was verbose, boisterous politicians stealing all the oxygen. It's not that windy here though. Now W says our British Airways baby bus is also on the move. I might be a bit behind actually on that message. I am behind, aren't I? Eileen Baldwin's hubby works for Menzies. It's a charter. Right. Roger that. Great intel. If I can clear my lines with Mrs. PSA, I will jolly well do so. It's a little bit of a jaunt, but I just love it here. It doesn't take a huge amount to lure me in. Looks like we may be having a sedate turn and burn. And a quick look around the terminal, see what else is moving. Ooh la la indeed, Nell W. Ooh la la. Oops, over panning, over panning. How's the likes count going, team? Are we anywhere near 300 yet? Just reminding myself I've got a membership I need to gift. I don't want to forget about it. Au revoir. BA lines up next in the blocks. It's the capital cities of Europe section of the show. This baby bus 100, 23 years of age, Golf Echo Uniform Papa Whiskey. Ready to go. Thank you Dopey Gorp and Tony Rivers, 274 on the likes. As always, that gentle plea, folks, for a like. It'd be great to get north of 300 and well north of 300 if we can. We'll see how the cards fall. But I will gift a membership at 300 just to tootle the bugle. So that departure got some more ooh la la from Nell W and a trio of ooh la las from Gary Fleming. Ooh la la. Philip Borin, I think the A380 is precluded from Edinburgh. It doesn't meet the various Airbus technical requirements in terms of hard shoulder standing for the runway and I think possibly runway length. Oh, that was refreshing. Right, what's transponding? What we got? EasyJet 320 Neo on its way to Amsterdam. Just switched itself on. Very nice. Right, somebody is on longish finals at the minute, so we'll just have a little bit of EasyJetness. Can't believe I missed out on a trio of EasyJet tail fins because I got photo bombed by a BA. You're right, Gary Fleming. What are the chances? Rory McCabe, hello to you, and also JetPix 360. Always a pleasure to share the action here. I love being here. And HGC, thank you so much for renewing your membership. Membership is the absolute lifeblood of a channel, and particularly for the smaller channels that can't make it from ad revenue, channels like ourselves really. So kindness of our supporters towards us in membership and the other means of saying showing appreciation is just so appreciated. Thank you so much, HGC. Rory McCabe, me and my dad were just watching the planes next to you. Rory? Okay. Oops, better concentrate, telescope, alert, 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 alert. Inbound Lufty from Frankfurt. Now I stand to be corrected. That's all right, I'll let the moment go. I've just realised I'm looking at the wrong thing. Oh. Definitely my favourite lufty tail fin, folks. The modern one looks very swish, can't argue that, but I prefer the classic look. Not hanging about either. Hard right, squealing rubber. Kiki Mimi asks, what is my job? Oops, I've gone off balance there. Where's it gone? I've lost my plane. Got it back. What is my job next to being a super spotter on YouTube? I'm retired, Kiki. I'm economically inactive. Right, what can I see? I'm sure there is an EasyJet that I am meant to be looking at. Anyway, plane you are still looking at, that is an A320neo. Jetpix 360, don't worry, we're going to top you up on the old 757 front. There is still one more to go from Edinburgh, and it's in special livery. So there you go. And for anybody else watching the show, you're going to get to see this plane again. You're going to see a 767 and an A350 and the usual blend of other aviation action around that. Looking good. So yeah, one more to go, I think, Nell W. And later on in the year, San Francisco is going to be added as a United route. So can't wait for that. We will be here for that. Even if it is stair rodding hailstones the size of tennis balls. Well, maybe it's not tennis balls. Could be a little bit excessively heroic. What's transponding on the deck? We've got, if you like your turboprops, we have a Loganair, a ATR 72, 8 years of age, Golf Lima Mike, Tango Charlie, currently transponding ahead of its departure to Exeter. So that I cannot see, but is bleeping away over the Firth of Forth. And inbound is a Ryanair 737 MAX 8 from Budapest, just making landfall now. And somewhere over the far side is an EasyJet 320 Neo off to Amsterdam. So, all to play for today, folks. What are we now, 11:56? I just don't know where the time has jolly well gone. I'm just going to quickly consult my notes. Always a good starting point. Oh, we didn't want that screen. Go away. Right, Glenn's Aviation Love back in the room with us. Got dinner locked and loaded and trying to fit a bulb. Oh no, telescope 10. Oh no, 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 no. Hammy, I don't know what you're doing. FFS. It's happened. Right, better start picking it up. I can't believe that. No, no, no. I've steamed my glasses up. Oh, what can we do to distract you? I'll show you a Loganair, shall I? Just going to wait for the chat. Ooh la 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 la. Nell W, what can I say? Oh no. I think I'll book a ticket to Exeter, try to escape the slaughtering that's coming my way. Opium. Dopey Gore, bashing out the telescopes, stamping on my Mark's forehead. No! Can't believe it. I was in cruise control. I thought number 10 ain't never gonna happen. So regulars of the show know what that's all about. If you're new to plane sailing aviation, if I miss a piece of action, it's called a telescope for obvious reasons. I've been on 9 for 2024 and holding steady on 9, and then I've just thrown it away. That was number 10, and I have agreed to accept a reasonably challenging forfeit. Not some of the slave trading antics that my supposed friends are cooking up for me, but you know, something that shows a bit of contrition. I can't believe it. Let's have a quick look at the plane that did me down. There it is, Mark's telescope plane, inbound from Budapest. Something growling overhead. Zero chance of getting it, but I am curious what that something could be. Let's have a quick look, if that's possible. Can't believe it. Thought I was free and clear. Yeah, the growling sound, United Airlines 787 Dreamliner. Oh, where's my blinking ATR gone? I'll be getting a double telescope. We're rolling. Somebody else on finals. I can't possibly screw 2 up, can I? Concentrate, Mark. Whew. Breathe. Find something to rest the camera on. There I do. God love a lufty. Right, inbound. I can see something coming down the track. That something is... Oh, Alibi 58. Where is the presiding judge? Man, I need him to get me out of this fix. Good morning, pal. Hope you're well. What do you reckon? It's impossible to get out of that one. I think you're right. Oh, dearie me. Hilarious. Hope I brought a bit of mirth to you today, pal. Right, British, oh, not British Airways. See, I'm all over the place. Ryanair inbound from Belfast. G Rookie. The registration, Golf, Romeo, Uniform, Kilo, India. 18 years of age, and definitely not going to be joining Mark's telescope collection for missed planes. Slim chance of a planes and trains shot there. Let's see if I can do it. Yeah, there we go. Right, British Airways pushed themselves back and turned. Where's that one going? No, it's off to London City. That'll be the 12:05 departure. Stephen Boyd, see you soon. Janine K, welcome back. You've missed my telescope moment, Janine. Right, Scandinavian Airlines are a bit further up the track, so let's have a little hitch a ride with them. While I see if I can reset the screens on my tablet. Come on, man, what's going on? Oh, flight radar's gummed up. Let's try reset. I think this is off to Stockholm. Not sure if it's been called in the chat. Glenn's Aviation Love, what's happening at Loganair? Don't know. I know they've divested themselves of a number of routes, Glasgow, Southampton, Aberdeen, Newcastle and Aberdeen Teesside. I haven't heard anything new announced either, so I did wonder whether that was a bit of belt tightening or just a reprioritisation of resources. So be interested to see what the chat has to say on that one. It's one thing divesting yourself of routes, but usually you're announcing new ones. Right. On finals, we've got a squeezy jet from Geneva, an A320-200, 13 years of age. Kevin Collins, hello to you, Kevin. Nell W says lots of telescopes on the slide scope. No kidding. If you like your telescopes, this is the channel for you folks. So Vislandia says BBC said in October 2023 Loganair had been taken off the market. Interesting. I like to think they've just rationalised some routes they can't make pay so they can reinvest the effort into something more profitable. I certainly think the skies would be a lot poorer without Loganair gracing them. I do like a Loganair, even if I've yet to afford a seat on one. So, what can I see? I can see a Ryanair in front of me. I think that might be the Budapest arrival, still torturing me. Let's see if it is. No, Belfast. Let's go to the SAS. SAS are in the house. Somebody on finals, so I better get my eye in on that. That'll be an EasyJet inbound from Venice. I think the last time I was stood on Almond Bank, I was packing the show up. It was the one where we had that Dassault Falcon from the RAF Royal Flight. And I got talking to a Jet 2 pilot who had actually landed the EasyJet pilot who'd landed the EasyJet service from Venice. A chap called Chris. Don't know if you're listening, Chris, but nice to meet you, mate. Anyway, here we go. Right, bit of ATR action, just to sweeten the mix. No, it's an EasyJet, the one I called a few minutes ago. I was looking at the plane through the viewfinder small rather than over the top with my naked eye. Hilarious. Anyway, inbound from Venice. This aircraft departed 2 hours, 20 minutes ago. Everywhere you look, there's orange planes. One there, one there, one there. Still not orange enough for you? See what we can conjure up. And one there. It's as orangey as a can of tango. Next plane in, a Ryanair from Wheeze. Right, a bit behind on the chat, so let's try and catch up. So, Islandia's information about Loganair, the last I was looking at. Eileen Baldwin, been a pleasure to meet up, and thanks for the tip as well. Really appreciate it. Dopey Gorp. Ask me what you can see. Well, that was at 12:06. I'm 3 minutes behind. What can you see, Dopey Gorp? Telescope there. I probably deserve some kind of award for ranking competence, don't I? Pay attention. I am living on the edge. Phew. Next up in the blocks, British Airways service to London City Airport. Let's just take a middle of the road position. Give me a chance just to tune up. And we're off. We're off to see the wizard, the wonderful Wizard of Oz. Right, 757 watch momentarily while I just check a couple of bits and pieces. Dopey Gorp. Oh, blinking, yeah, you're not wrong, are you? At least I'm reliable. Reliably unreliable. Okay, what's next to happen? What is next to happen? That would be a good question. I'm supposed to know. Next to happen is an EasyJet departing from or returning to Amsterdam. Right, Lynn Derry means. Lynn, it's been great to be in your company. Thank you so much for very kindly Ko-fiing us as well. Look forward to catching up with you next time we're out. Do you know what, folks? I've just detected it might be drizzling, just the faintest drizzle. That might be a nuisance. I took a rather gung-ho approach to setting up. Yeah, it is drizzling. Let's just see how we go. Alistair Lees, hello to you. Well, I don't reckon there's too many folks on that baby. Next inbound is from Brussels, and for fans of the spotty livery, you are in luck. That is your next plane, and I must admit I do prefer the spotty. Having departed Brussels 1 hour 14 minutes ago, the inbound aircraft is a A319 baby bus. Oscar Oscar Sierra Sierra Sierra. That's a lot of Sierra. Let's grab it now. It's a right horrible bug just climbed on the panhandle. If we were streaming in Australia or somewhere, I'd have probably run off. A bit braver in Scotland. Right, I see somebody else loitering out over the Firth of Forth. Probably should investigate who that is. It's an EasyJet inbound from Bristol. Oh, I would have said a baby bus, but it's not. It's a 320. Yeah, Teddy Rivers. I thought that drizzle was an unlikely possibility, but I've not been looking at the sky properly. It's lots of dark, dappled cloud. I wouldn't be surprised if the ceiling has dropped a little bit as well. We'll have a quick look on Meta while we await the inbound. Yeah, the ceiling's dropped a bit, so we're down to 1,200 feet. Wind strength is what it is. Some broken cloud at, yeah, 1,200 feet. That's the ceiling. Yorkshire Biker, good afternoon, muck up. You've missed telescope number 10. You're going to have to watch it on watchback. I couldn't exonerate myself with referral to the senior presiding judge, Alibi 58, who has confirmed there is no way justice can help me with this one. So yeah, telescope 10 banked, forfeit to be settled. Right, I think we'll let that one go. Because this is way better looking. I don't think we need an in-stream pole to agree that. I know some folks can see the Croatian kind of read across, bit of livery plagiarism, but I think it's pretty stylish. We were lucky enough to get their A320 Neo recently delivered with their special spotty livery a few weeks back. One of my favourite movements of 2024 at Edinburgh. So, next aircraft in is, what is it? It's British Airways, good old BA, inbound from London Heathrow that is, an A320 that left the big smoke about an hour ago. Golf Echo Uniform Lima, 21 years of age, similar age to me really, on reflection. No need for any qualification on that comment. I knew that was going to happen. I was going to walk away from the camera momentarily to check something, but I'm glad I didn't. Might as well ride up with this EasyJet. Hitch a ride. Right, looks like our next arrival is another EasyJet. We're sponsored by EasyJet in this phase of the show, inbound from Krakow. Currently sitting out over the Firth of Forth, shortly to grace us. So what's the likes count, team? Are we anywhere near 300 yet? Never mind looking at that. 757 time. Jet pics, how's this for you? Pretty bonny, eh? Mark's plane of the day. It was United Airlines arrival from New York, Newark, because of all the lovely ribbons that came off the plane. But that seems a long time ago now. This is the one I'm looking at. Telescope, probability high now, incoming plane. Mark hypnotised by this thing of beauty. Hawkeye Dinu. Good morning. Oh, it's good afternoon. I've lost track of time. Hawkeye Dinu. Hello to you. Now W has got the 757 emoji deployed. It's all happening. This plane due to go at 12:35, I think. Memory being a bit sketchy. You know I do a nice line in sketchy, team. Gently does it. So, a flurry of emoji action from some of our members. Now W, HTC, Yorkshire Biker and Gary Fleming. All flagging in that EasyJet arrival. Vislandia, the United flight should be going to Washington. Pretty sure it's Washington 12:35. Yeah. Mark's sticking his neck out. I think I've got some notes that might actually put a bit of fact behind my fiction. Let's have a look. I usually bring more notes than I ever use by a country mile. Oh, for some reason I haven't made that note. I think it's off to Washington. Yeah, thanks Yorkshire Biker. I think you're, not Yorkshire Biker, Yorkshire Biker's just confirmed for me. I think Flight Radar's had a mare with United flights. It had the Chicago flight that arrived earlier in the show as having originally come in at 1:37 this morning when it had done no such thing. Having a mare. Right, SunExpress inbound from Antalya, your next arrival. Spot a rapid taxiing. You can probably just hear those RB211s picking up. Exactly, Hawkeye Danu. Exactly. Yeah, we are under propulsion. So, Dopey Gorp, I see you've quoted us 293 on the likes. I better get to it. Plane's about to move. Oh, the sound you can hear is the RB211s picking up. Plane you are watching is the Madrid departure. Tell you what. Oh, and we've got to go around. Whoever that is has bugged out. So I'll rely on the chat. That slow to depart EasyJet was enough to persuade whoever this is that they need to go and have another go. Crikey, I did say the cloud was low, didn't I? It's in there somewhere. Lost it now. Oh, what's that noise mean? That's not a go around chime, before anybody asks. So it looks like a slow to depart EasyJet may be the reason. It certainly hasn't gone. What's holding that? It could be the slow to exit SunExpress arrival. Thinking about the chain of things. Kind of wondering what made that chime noise that I got a few minutes ago. I think I might need to switch another microphone on. So let's do that. Got a spare. That's more like it. Well, SunExpress have definitely vacated. The EasyJet is still parked up. Ah, Transavia went around, was it? Toga, says HDC, Gary Fleming. Toga indeed. Jet 2 inbound as well, says Yorkshire Biker. Pressure is building. I think we're going. Interesting. I have got visual on the Jet 2 now. It's not yet close enough to force a toga, but someone's going to be deciding pretty quickly. Let's just try and put you on it. There, no, a bit too far out. Doesn't matter anyway. Certainly this one's going. We'll be alert to the fact that we might have a... No, it won't be a toga from there. Right, bye. I think we're good. I think Jet 2 are continuing. Yes, they are. A little bit out. Boarding to gate. Hello to you. So inbound plane, thanks NLW, Jet 2 Boeing 737 from Roos. Was looking nip and tuck on the go around front. I think the lights spooked us there. Can I get a planes and trains shot? Yeah, just about. I think this could be the first Jet 2 of the show. It's a bit bouncy. Only one place to point the camera, and that is there. Apologise for the rustling, just stashing something. Very distinctive shape of the Boeing 757. Not easy to mistake that for anything else. Next arrival, KLM inbound from Amsterdam, an Embraer 195 E2. Don't worry team, I've not been shot. So KLM inbound, EasyJet about to return to London Luton on the outbound. Chat is jumping around all over the place for me, but lots of 757 action. Now W, Yorkshire Biker, Deborah Speller, Gary Fleming. I'm with you, buddy. Plane of the day. Plane of the day, all day, every day. And HTC. Whew. I'm hyperventilating. So, what is next to go? Yeah, the Luton departure that I've just referenced. I've just seen a Loganair out the corner of my eye. Stick with that for 30 seconds or so. Alright, here we go. I like the 195, but they are a bit of a, for a pencil plane, still look a bit slender. It's a skinny pencil. Dopey Gorp says the A350 10 minutes out. Right, thank you Political Bias for getting me focused with Scotland's finest emoji for the next but one departure, which will be Loganair. Oh, rolling. Nell W, I've just spotted your message about the hungry crowds that need to be satiated. Thank you so much for your help modding the show and gifting memberships as well. You know, get well soon as well, because you're under the weather. Heroic stuff. You do take care. Edinburgh Aviation, entirely my pleasure, my friend. I think it's one of the attractions to doing live streaming. You know, we don't run this as a profit-making channel. We always work it towards break even or as close as we can get. And sharing the planes is a big pleasure, making new friends and all that. Transavia went around earlier, now come back for another go, inbound from Rotterdam. I love this livery too, to be honest. Feels like the Dutch connection, really. Flights in from Amsterdam and Rotterdam consecutively. Right, what can I see? Scotland's finest lining up. Not sure where this one's going, but one thing at a time. John McKenzie, I did wonder, are you talking about during the 757 departure? They were the loudest shells I've heard for a long time here. The big bazooka. Oh, Lloyd Bell. I am definitely wanting to catch that. Oops, crikey. I ought to concentrate on catching this. Has he got the SAS livery on the tail fin? Oh, and what days do they do? Do they do Fridays? Right, somebody is on finals, so I better stay alert. No sniggering. Inbound, we've got Aer Lingus, an ATR 72 from Dublin. Lufthansa have just pushed back, so that'll be the return flight to Munich. That'll be another one that needs a new Aer Lingus paint job. Likes at 308, says Tony Rivers, and as that number is higher than Gary Fleming's 306, I'm going to go with 308, like an auctioneer. Thanks Edinburgh Aviation for confirming that Loganair was stored away. Hawkeye Dinu, first ever flight on a Transavia plane, leased Air Malta back in '82 by Jingo. Somebody on finals in another ATR, bound to be from Belfast, as it is. Aer Lingus again. 311 likes now, says Gary Fleming. So first and foremost, if you've yet to hit the like button, please do give us a like. Keep us pulsating on YouTube and hopefully turning up on people's home pages. And if you're not yet subscribed to the channel, we'd love to have you with us. Now, I promised a gifted membership, didn't I? If I remember how to do it. Can I do it before the next arrival? Of course I can. That one. So this is from yours truly to celebrate 300 likes. One tap by it says. Right, telescope is on me. Hopefully that's gone through, and I hope that makes somebody happy. So we're into the last hour of the show, folks. Should finish at 13:35, all things being equal, with the Delta Airlines 767. The Qatar A350 can't be that many minutes out now. It's an ATR convention. So, who got it? Who got the gifted membership? Well, they're in the show. It's Hawkeye Dinu. Welcome aboard. So I'm seeing plenty of emoji action as well for these ATRs. They're coming out of all corners. So, oh, they're shooting at me again. Oh, Lufty has made a run for it, and just seen Edinburgh Aviation's comment that the Qatar Airways A350 is on finals. We'll have that in a moment. The A350 departing Doha 6 hours 49 minutes ago, an A350-900, 7 years of age. I think, but I am a bit sketchy, Qatar Airways operates around 34 of this particular type. If they don't, they really should. 34's in my head for some reason. Conditions a lot different to when its sister aircraft departed at 8 o'clock this morning. Plenty of spray still left in the runway. Not the case now. It's a pretty dry track. That drizzle that we had half an hour ago never really added up to anything. So, where had I got to? Hawkeye Dinu, I'm delighted you're happy with your membership. Hopefully you'll enjoy Plane Sailing Aviation and want to stay with us. Tony Rivers, Les Donaldson with a sniper rifle on the mound. I wonder why patches of dirt kept kicking up as if something was, you know, like a bullet or something. I think Les is, oh, that's a nice shot, wasn't it? A bit of trains in the background. I hope Les is nursing a good hangover. Dopey Gorp, always our pleasure to put back into the channel. Like I say, we don't try to run it as a profit-making thing. Break-even's our model. The more money we have, the more content we produce. It's that kind of cycle. Hey, we're off. We're off, we're off, we're off. Just curious about the cloud. It's lifting a bit, I think. At least it is over there. Although it is... Oh, where to go? Let's see what we've got on the apron. There you go. So that 350 arrival brought out a nice flurry of emoji. Yorkshire Biker, HGC, Gary Fleming. In fact, reminds me that plane has yet to reappear. Nice. Another one of those weird looking insects. Go on, off you go. Good thing is, the insects seem more interested in the electricals than me. Just checking that we haven't got anything about to land without me actually knowing about it. Proper pleasure watching this roll by. So there you go, folks. Second A350 of the show. Good afternoon, Ace. Loving the handle. Ace says, look for the airport security car. Heard it sitting on the taxiway. If it is, when do you post your message? I'm probably behind 12:50. Under the blue thing. The only blue thing I can think of is the fire training fuselage. Let's go back to a bit of this before it fades out of sight. Goes out about 2:45, but we'll be off air by then. James Woolard, it's been a pleasure. Enjoy your coffee, pal, and look forward to catching up with you next time out. We'll put something out to members to tidy up the loose ends. Oops, speaking of loose ends, departing plane. Somebody's on finals too. Just how we like it. Last half hour of the show, thereabouts. A says, under the ATR, look for the shiny headboard, please. ATR, I can only see one ATR. I really don't know where you mean, Ace. The only ATR I can see is that one. Oh, see another one. Anyway, while we hold that thought, Loganair next in from Bergen in the 23-year-old Embraer ERJ 145. That's your next action. as jet landings go. That was whisper quiet. Ace camera is a Panasonic. Panasonic, my friend. Good afternoon, Robert Smith. How goes it? Hope you're keeping well. Ryanair that you are riding with at the minute, off to Wheeze, or returning to Wheeze. Keep an eye on that plane that is on finals, of course. Inbound, we've got an EasyJet from Naples, which is a 320neo. Brand new, it says here, although technically speaking, it's about 9 months or something in that region. Yeah, I don't think, Ace, I get quite such a good perspective of stand 1A from this position, because of the way the ground shelves. Come on. No, I'll tell you what, we'll go with the Wheeze. We'll go with the Wheeze Jet. It's a Wheeze Jet. Or Ryanair off to Wheeze. Can't complain, Rob Smith. Can't complain, mate. Getting a bit older, not getting any wiser, but loving life. Right, let's have a look. Looks like a couple of Ryanairs next to go. The Wheeze Jet and the what one? I don't know. And the Belfast departure. So that'd be Belfast you're looking at there. Pan to the left, and you're going to Wheeze. So midges are increasingly popping out now, which is interesting because there's no sunshine to provoke them. Sunil Kapoor, hello to you, Sunil. Hope you're keeping well, my friend. All the way to the east of us in Delhi, India. I don't know, political bias. I feel that we're going to get some sunshine soon in Northumberland. You heard it here first. Haven't said when. Linda Cooper, see you Sunday, if I don't see you before. For anyone who wonders about that, Linda is going to be helping out again with some co-commentary on Sunday. Right, here we go, lined up. As soon as ATC fires the starting pistol. Right, I can see SunExpress are transponding away, and who else? Who else? EasyJet. Oh no, that's the Naples arrival. Checking out that bird song. It's not skipped a beat. Cheapy cheap cheap. Yeah, we're off. Okay, let's have a look-see. SunExpress transponding, but the doors, front and back, are still open. So I don't think that's going to be moving immediately. Let's just rotate the camera. Hey up, Rab H. You're at Kingscavel. If only I knew where that is. Here we go, 2 miles east of home, and the roads were bone dry. Well, I hope it stays that way for you. I'm impressed, mate, that you're back with us. Near Linlithgow. Very good. Oh yes, Gary's right. You did miss telescope number 10. It's a sorry. Oh crikey! What's going on there? Just moving a spare mic. It is a sorry tale, to be fair. Probably not worth recounting. Excuse me. Yeah, I suppose I feel a little bit happier that Rab's missed it, Hammy's missed it, maybe a few of you missed it. Although too many have seen it. Oh dearie me. Right, so what's our big action to finale with? Delta Airlines due out in about 20 minutes? No, 30 minutes time. So last half hour of the show. Somebody on finals, so we're not going without. Ryanair inbound from Dublin, plane just over a year old, just crossing the coast now. Actually, I'll have a quick check on my power situation while we're in this phase of play. And of course, good afternoon and a very warm welcome to anybody that has just joined the show. Welcome to Edinburgh. I'm Mark, bringing you the planes for probably about another half an hour, culminating, as just mentioned, with the Delta Airlines 767 departure. So thank you for joining us. I think I ought to put a timestamp on the telescope, hadn't I? I'll do that, team. Those in the know will want that. Rab H says the 4th rail bridge awaits me. You're not signing me up to a bungee class, are you? I think I probably would die of fright. Well, we have plenty of planes to go, stacked out pretty good front of house. So I expect the final phase of the show to be dominated by departure traffic. Blimey Rab, you're cranking it up. Average speed 18.2. I can't pronounce the name with all the colourful emoji graphics, but welcome to the show. I'm Mark. Yorkshire biker has hit 6 months with Plane Sailing Aviation. And it's been great to be, well, to know you, Yorkshire biker. So 6 months already and enjoyed every minute. Thanks, says Yorkshire biker. My thanks, and on behalf of Eddie, to you, my friend. Let's do the fireworks. I've just been smiling while the fireworks were doing their thing, where Glenn's Aviation Love said I ought to join Rab on a tour of Scotland, a bike ride around Scotland. Now, I'm a leisure cyclist. Me and Mrs. PSA, we are fair weather cyclists, no significant gradients, that kind of thing. We quite like the Northumberland coastal trail, that kind of thing. Rab's a maniac. Sorry, Rab, but had to be said. Right, see you later, Rab. Snacked up. Oh, Brussels Airlines are moving. I did say we look likely to have a busy phase of departure, so we have. Okay, while that's happening, let's just confirm the next arrival, Jet 2 from Alicante, just crossing the coast now, so small minutes away on that one. Just got visual on it, to be fair, but this looks the more compelling, so let's stay with it. Yeah, that's a Bobby Dazzler. Right, be prepared, folks, to be catapulted onto this incoming Jet 2. Bam. Sounds like we've got an ATR possibly starting up. although perhaps that was wishful thinking. Full house, full up front of house. Chance to catch the chat. Good afternoon, Jeff Smith. How you doing, pal? I'm with HGC. Can't do 18.2 in the car. Yeah, that's me too. Thing is, Rab gets to some fantastic places. Members will know that did the social stream, both the Easter one and the Christmas one. Rab very kindly shared some great pictures of where he gets to on his travels, and he's really grabbing it by the scruff of the neck. Going some great places. Of course, it's always nicer if you can cycle without the idea you're going to get knocked off your bike by something. Right, lining up, all good. Oh, blimey, moving. Pay attention. Oh my lord, football update there from Glenn's Aviation Love. Rangers let one in. Pressure telling. Don't know how much is left to play on that one, of course. So there's a fair gaggle of planes transponding on the deck. The one that I'm looking for is the Delta Airlines 767. Where are you, Delta? So quite a few planes going quite a few places. Looks like we should get a lot of action to finish with. I'm sounding cagey because I'm trying to multitask a little bit, and you know I don't do multitask. Case in point just then. Oh dear. Crikey, that came over a bit cold. So from what I can see, let's have a look. Outward heading, Transavia are transponding, due out at 20 past 1. I'll tell you what, they don't hang around, do they? So let's just, oh, still boarding. SunExpress, parked adjacent but one, are also transponding. Looks like the door's closed. Not at the front though. British Airways are... They always do this to me. They've snuck out, not for the first time. On the way to London Heathrow. This 21-year-old Airbus A320 registered Golf Echo Uniform Lima is on its way. And over on the opposite side of the airfield, Ryanair have got their Venice departure sparked up, and EasyJet have their return to Bristol getting ready. And there's some bird scaring going on, so it's all happening. So very warm welcome to anyone that's just joined the show. I know we're in the lunch window as far as UK viewers go, but of course wherever in the big wide world you are watching, thank you for choosing to spend a bit of time with us at Edinburgh. I'm Mark anyway, for those who don't know me. And we are in the back end of the show. If everything runs to time, we should be finished at 25 to 2, culminating with that Delta Airlines departure. If it's a little bit late, we'll stick on for it. If folks want to watch the planes, we'll try and bring them you. I think we're good on juice, so that's one headache less, unlike Friday's stream, where I forgot my charging cable and therefore had to resort to old school battery change. Right, looks like we've got some other movers behind this, so just vary the angle. What we got? A couple of Ryanairs snicking out while everyone's doing their thing, and it looks like the British Airways departure is having to park up in the lay-by, so I don't think that's going anywhere immediately. Gary Fleming says the Rangers game 15 in. Oh, plenty to happen. Plenty could happen between now and the end. Jeff Smith has got the rain down on the south coast. I think Sarah Louise said earlier on in the stream that it was raining in France, and I think she's tried to hold it for us as long as she could, but it seems like the rain has reached good old Blighty. Good afternoon, Edinburgh Plane Spotter. I'll tell you what, Edinburgh Plane Spotter, we've been well served by United in today's show with that Star Alliance livery and the two other flights. Yeah, it's one of the real treats of coming to Edinburgh. You get to see plenty of 757 action, some 76 and some 350. Oh, and we even had a Dreamliner today. Great mix of things going on. So what we've got here, this is the Venice departure, taking a very cautious approach to the hairpin. Wind just picking up, but not adding up to an awful lot. As it stands, we've got about 3 knots worth of crosswind. Cloud ceiling at around 1,500 feet. And temperatures, well, something in the region. It says 15 degrees on Meta. Not sure it's 15. Well, they say it's 15, so be it. To be fair, up until 10 minutes ago, I was thinking of taking my fleece off, or one of my fleeces. Not doing it now. Too nippy. Hey, up Dane, you back?
Yeah, I came for the SunExpress.
Ah, well, you're just in time then.
It's mucking me about. He said he was going to leave at 13:40, then it was 12:45.
what we got? We've got an EasyJet cutting the line. British Airways lining up. I did say we'd have a bit of a frenzy of action. This is the Bristol departure on screen. We'll go to British Airways in a minute. This aircraft, 9 years of age. Right, British Airways are about to go, I think. Alexandra Wood is back in the house. How goes it? 5 minutes, that's great. The main thing is you're back with us, Alexandra. Hope you've had a good morning. We managed to get telescope number 10 and a toga. Luckily I didn't miss the toga. Right, I think the doors are done up, at least the rear door is done up on that Transavia. No view of the front. SunExpress, doors are closed. Somebody on finals probably ought to be troubling me. So let's just rest up with the EasyJet. Rangers have got a penalty. Ooh, still to go, plenty to play for. EasyJet inbound from Belfast. That is your next action. It's that EasyJet 1 in, 1 out. Bristol is the plane you were looking at, and Belfast, which was the plane that took Emma, a viewer that was travelling to Belfast. Well, that was the aircraft that took her there, I think. KLM pushing back with their E195 E2. Give me 2 in the wrong place there. I thought Transavia was going to beat them to the punch, but no cigar. DB Bassman suspending disbelief that Rangers have got a penalty. I'll tell you what, Alexandra Wood, that is a good morning's work, that. My granddaughter loves a jigsaw, generally making her granddad do them, but she does love a jigsaw. To be fair, so do I. I know that probably makes me seem super cool to some, but there you go, had to be said. Okay, what's happening on the front? Philippe Borin says Transavia not so popular now. I don't know, I've never used them. I've never used them. Although I remember a taxi driver that was taking me to the spotting location at Amsterdam Schiphol, telling me that he had, and said he thought it was probably very similar to Ryanair. Make of that what you will. So a bit of EasyJet emoji action from Alexandra Wood and Robert Smith. There is a lot of orange about at the minute. Bit more, look, there you go. 2 EasyJets in the same shot. In fact, actually, 3 if you count that one. Let's get a bit of contrast on. Let's go wildly different. Ryanair. Oh, dearie me. HDC with some EasyJet action as well. Oh, we're moving. Oh, I thought we were. I think Flight Radar thinks it's moving. So I still can't see that 767 transponding. Getting a bit peckish. I can see an ATR 72 blinking away. So I think we've got a bit of turboprop action pending. And exactly as captioned by Alexandra Wood, off to Naples is this one. KLM now moving our way, Smiley Dolphin. Next Ryanair out the blocks is off to Milan. So very much the Italian connection. Or would you say French connection or Italian job? If you go for the puns. This plane is kind of elegant without being lovely, if you can achieve that. Although it is a favourite of mine, well, favourite-ish. Do pick up when the Delta goes, mate. So if that goes bang on time, 13:35, which I don't think it's gonna. Hold that thought. So if you need to go, don't worry, mate. Just do what you've got to do. Really appreciate your support. If you're as hungry as I am, I'm going to guess we'll be off air by 2 o'clock. Sooner if the Delta goes sooner. I really was banking on a on-time departure. But yeah, that's the plan. That'll be the finale plane. Unless it's silly delayed. Got an ATR moving as well. What have we got? That one. Gary Fleming, no, not 2:45. Couldn't do it, mate. I know what you're thinking. You're thinking the Qatar 350, and my heart says yes, but no, I think that's a reach too far for me today. Dopey Gorp, you take the young uns down the fair and spend plenty on them. Have a cracking time, mate. Yes, you might need to remortgage the house. 14:30, you'll be definitely okay with that. We'll be done by then. Ooh. Somebody's starting up. So, Alexandra Wood has the KLM emoji deployed. All lined up, ready to return to Amsterdam with those slightly out of scale looking engines. Right, there's a very fast taxiing ATR. Its mate is at the other end of the line, so already lining up is the Belfast departure. This one off to Dublin, so let's ride with this rather classical Aer Lingus look. Right, I think these two pretty much came in back to back. Right, so I'm wobbling the camera there. Not looking where I'm pointing. Here we go. Belfast bound. So plenty of turboprop emojis I see. Alexandra Wood, HTC, Yorkshire Biker, Dopey Gorp. A raft of emojis. Okay, Transavia has pushed back and turned. Another ATR shortly to go out the door. And Tony Rivers confirms the 767 has pushed. So Dopey Gorp, the young uns will be getting a bit more time at the fair. Whack a bit more on the mortgage. How I used to love the fair as a kid. So 767, not far away. So where am I now? Jeff Smith, Gary Fleming with some Aer Lingus emoji action and a bit of turboprop 2. Don't pick up. Kids, if you're listening, you can get to go to the fair a bit earlier. 2:30, too late. Where are we? 13:37. I reckon they're going to get an extra half an hour. What? Oh, blimey. Check this out. Talk about push back. There you go. Our finale plane. Although I'll probably stick on for the Transavia if it's not long. But officially, that is the final plane of the show, is the Delta 76. Tell you what, I'm going to have a bit more of it. Oh, here's our Transavia. And SunExpress pushing back as well. So this is what I'm going to do. And I'll not be offended if I'm the only person here streaming. I said we're finished with the 7.6, but in reality, because I'm like a kid in a sweet shop, I think we'll do the 7.6, the BA, Transavia and SunExpress, and I'll kill the feed. Somewhere in between them, I'll do a little piece to camera to say thanks, as I always do. Plane of the day, says Alexandra Wood, for the 767. So let's reward that with a nice broadside view. I tell you what, it was a right Bobby Dazzler on Friday, wasn't it? With that, was it Andrew Young? A special sticker on the nose for some US ambassador to the UN or something like. Sorry, I've been to bed 2 or 3 times since then. Tony Rivers, that's brutal. Fares, well, no, they were in colour and they weren't steam powered either. Brutal stuff. Yeah, I like that, mate. And no, I wasn't a ragamuffin either. Right, so what we got? There's an EasyJet going to spoil the queue, isn't there? So where's the SunExpress gone? Oh, push back and turned. There is a raft of departures, so I'm probably going to run through them. I think we can do that before 2 o'clock. So, runway check, you can see ongoing. Or not. Dopey Gorp phoned that one in. You need to get and check the runway. Slow things down a bit. So let's do the final call on likes and subs before we cruise to the end of the show. So if you're watching, you've yet to hit the like button, yet to subscribe to Plane Sailing Aviation, both entirely free and help us ridiculously. That'd be fantastically appreciated. Next arrival is an EasyJet from Lisbon, a 4-year-old 320 Neo. What's happening with the SunExpress? Not a massive amount. So let's go to the show, the show. The mighty Boeing 767-300 extended range. Taking a very steady turn. On its way back to New York JFK. Apparently, Delta operate, if I've got this correct, yeah I have, 44 767-300s and a further 21 of the 400 variant. For passenger services, the largest 767 operator in the world currently. Not a lot of people know that, and probably do. Right, I'll zip it. Just about got it. SunExpress still seemingly stuck in the mud. Queue of planes at the other end. You're exactly right, Alexandra Wood. And somebody else on finals. Let the good times roll. That's somebody else, a British Airways arrival from London Heathrow. Hey. SunExpress update. It's moving. There's life in the old dog. Philip Borin, it is indeed a traffic jam. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 when this joins the back, but then I think that will clear the queue. Front side of the airport will be pretty clear, and that will be my cue to jump in the Batmobile and head back to Northumberland. So plane you are looking at off to London City, an Embraer 190 standard. 13 years of age, Golf Lima, Charlie Yankee Papa, ready to roll. Somebody on finals, I'm not sure they're going around. I think we might have a go around. I'm going to try and watch both. Wow, this is close. Actually, not as close as I made it sound. So that's London City, and here is the incomer. A little bit far out at the minute. See who it is. Jet 2, inbound from Faro in the classic livery. Transavia lining up for the return to Rotterdam. Some emoji action too for the Jet 2 from Alexandra Wood and HTC. Sorry, I'm not tracking very well there. So what's the queue situation? So from back to front, SunExpress, EasyJet, EasyJet, somebody else, Transavia, and somebody on finals. So that somebody has just crossed the coast. It's a Ryanair from Rome. Now W is back in the house. Nearly finished now, so I'm glad everyone's enjoyed their lunch. Transavia off to Rotterdam. Oh yeah, lunch is what I'm thinking of now. Just started to rain. Or I'm the unluckiest streamer going. Tell you what, the planes are getting close, aren't they? So this was the Jet 2 from Faro, is it? No, it's not, it's a Ryanair. Or is this the Rome one? Yeah, we might have a little bit of weather to deal with in the last few minutes of the show. Might well be the last arrival. So let's have a quick look-see. I think there's one more that will arrive before we're done. Another Jet 2 inbound from Palma de Mallorca. That's over the Firth of Forth at the minute, small minutes out. So 2 Jet 2s and a SunExpress, and that'll do us. We're still at 10 Nell, 10 telescopes for Mark. No change there. It's still possible to get another one, but I'm going to try hard not to. So this Jet 2 off to Geneva. So yes, we'll be done by 2 o'clock or the SunExpress departure, whichever is the later or the sooner. Sooner actually. Set it back to front. Told you I'm hungry. Tony Rivers says 347 likes. Be fantastic to get north of 350 folks, but thank you for your support. 347 is a great day's plane spotting. Oh, here we go. So thank you to everybody that has given us a like, and welcome to anyone that's joined us this morning as a subscriber, member, or even first time viewer. In fact, any viewer. It's like the Oscars. Somebody's shouting. Are they shouting me? Probably not. Oop, telescope alert. Oh, this might be the Jet 2 from Faro I was expecting. Well, it's a Jet 2, that's a fact. So, final plane of the show is indeed this one, SunExpress Sub 37. Oh, 350 likes is up. My chat has just skipped forward. So HDC and Alexandra Wood, or Gary Fleming amongst others. Thanks for that. Tony Rivers was the previous update at 347. Excellent stuff. Footy is 1-1. Rangers have equalised just before half time. Right, before we see the SunExpress go, we get to wave this EasyJet off. Off where? Off to London Gatwick. Thank you, Alexandra. You beat me to the punch. Ah, we're rolling. Here you go, folks. Final plane of the show. I will go to camera at the end just to say thank you, as I always like to do, because it means a lot to Eddie and I to, you know, say hi. And although Eddie's been not with us today, Rab's done 32 miles, 40 to go. You better get a travel lodge, as the advert goes. Dopey Gorp, you speak for me there as well. Chat has been amazing, absolutely amazing. Michelle Johnson, how are you doing, Michelle? Been shopping and dinner is cooking. Excellent. Hope you're doing well. What's for dinner? That's more to the point. Right, let me just quickly calibrate a couple of bits and pieces. Come on, dinner time. Or fair time, depending on what you've got planned next. Correction there on the rudder. Bye bye. So I'm just going to put you on this jet too while I get myself sorted. Right, I'm just going to go to camera. So if you can bear it, stick around. I'd like to say thanks and goodbye. So, zzz. See if I can get myself on screen. More or less fits where it touches. Right, I suppose I better lock that in position. So folks, thank you so much for your absolutely fantastic support of today's live stream here at Edinburgh. It's been a great morning's plane spotting, although afternoon as well. Massive shout out to the moderators team, Nell W, Alexandra Wood, Dopey Gorp. We've even seen a little bit of Alibi 58 just to confirm that my telescope number 10 couldn't be appealed on the grounds that I had actually missed the plane landing and therefore it's a telescope award, so ouch. We'll settle the forfeit on that. I'm not sure about Rab H sending me up the 4th blooming rail bridge, although I'll investigate that one. It might make for some interesting, what do you call it, GoPro type footage. I don't know, we'll work something out that's a penance. Major thanks to everybody that has supported us in more practical ways in terms of helping us fund our content through membership or donation. So Ian Finlay celebrated 3 months with us, Ash Watts 3 months, Sarah Louise 6 months, Political Bias 7 months. So I think PB was wanting a recount there. I think YouTube might have shortchanged him. Webbo, our man in Shepshed, 4 months. John McKenzie celebrated not just 8 months with Plane Sailing Aviation, but it dropped us a massive 20 gifted memberships. Absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much, John. Tina York celebrated 4 months. Turning the page. Political Bias very kindly super chatted us. And Sarah Louise very kindly made a Ko-fi donation. So thank you both. Jonathan McD passed the 3-month milestone with Plane Sailing Aviation. Thank you, Jonathan. And Dopey Gorp, 12 months, although I thought you were there already, Dopey Gorp, but you know my counting. Nell W, great friend to the channel, not only moderating and supporting us, but donated 5 memberships as well. Thank you so much, Nell. And even managed to take a break from moderating, sort the dinner out and come back and be with us at the end. Fantastic. Dopey Gorp very kindly gifted us 2 memberships, although he'll probably want a refund now with the spanking his wallet's going to be getting down at the fair from his young uns. Go get him, kids. Lynn, I can't read my handwriting properly here. Derrin means, sorry I didn't pronounce your name properly in the chat, Lynn, but it was lovely to say hi, and I was just so touched by your Ko-fi donation. Thank you so much. Rab H as well gifted us 5 memberships, so off. There you go, how's that? Should have been doing that all the way through, doffing my cap to each and every one of you. And I've got here written Yorkshire Biker, but then I stopped writing, and I think that's a membership milestone. Let me just check. I hate missing stuff or screwing it up, but I am human, so let's just check. Yorkshire Biker, I think we celebrated your membership milestone with us, and I'm going to say 6 months. That is Mark's. I've got a brain cell that says 6 months. Do you know what, the planes have just finished bob on time, haven't they, really? And apart from that, if I've missed anybody else's contribution, it's not through wanton negligence, it's just incompetence, and I'll put that right through a community post when I celebrate everybody's support of Plane Sailing Aviation. Next action from us, well, the game's moved, so we're going to be here next Sunday, and Linda Cooper's going to be joining me on co-commentary. We are now looking at appearing here on Tuesday, if I can get the requisite clearance from ATC that is Mrs. Plane Sailing Aviation. We think it could be a good day's plane spotting. So Eileen, thank you so much for that tip. We will do that. Right, I think I am pretty much all caught up. If I've missed anything, I'll make it up another day. And honestly, it's been absolutely fantastic to share the planes with you all. Can't wait to see you again. Remember, make sure you've got the notification button hit, and we'll keep you up to date with everything we're up to, so you won't have to try too hard on that score. Okay, I am just checking. I think my chat's frozen. So I apologise if I'm just going to switch this over very quickly. Just want to check I've not missed anything. I'll have to do it on the phone. Sorry if it seems like I'm dragging this out, but I hate missing anything that's pointed towards my attention. It always feels so shabby if I miss it. Oh, hey, let's hold the phone up like I'm taking a selfie. Yeah. I want to see we've gone north of 7,300 subscribers as well, so another milestone moment that I wasn't really aware of as we went, actually. Oh, adverts. Go on, I'd like to get on my own stream, thank you. Oh, better turn the volume down, that's no good, is it? Skip the advert. Right, I'm at the bottom of the chat, so sorry I was being a bit slow on the uptake there. Right, I think I'm all caught up. So Rab, have a great cycle for the rest of the rest of the day. Everybody, stay safe, have a great week, and I hope to catch you on Tuesday. Like I say, I'm tidying up the loose ends around that with Mrs. PSA, and it could well be Edinburgh on Tuesday. Watch this space. See ya.